This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Controversy over unpopular proposed changes to Wyoming's landowner hunting tag policy could come to a head Tuesday when the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission meets in Casper. At issue is whether the commission should vote to raise minimum property requirements from 160 acres to 640 acres. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that opponents of the changes estimate that hundreds of landowners could show up ready to push back against the changes, which some claim could cut as many as 60 to 70% of the current allotment of landowner tags.
We reported earlier that the whole topic of the landowner tags changing to up the ownership requirements, that kind of seemed to have died down or been settled. I'm hearing now that really isn't the case. I've heard speculation there could be hundreds of people at that meeting in Casper, that it's going to be a doozy. Game and Fish commissioners are really going to be on the hot seat Tuesday.
The agency recently recommended that the commission should reject the proposed changes. However, the decision isn't the agency's call. That authority rests solely with the commission. More than 40 years ago, a young bank robber shot a 26-year-old Wyoming Highway State Patrol trooper and left him for dead. Looking back today, the robber, Mark Corbett, and the trooper, Steve Watt, recounted the events of that day to Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker in what they now see as God's hand in bringing them both together in ways that drastically altered the course of their lives.
He robbed a bank in Colorado. He encountered Steve Watt, who was a Wyoming trooper. So the trooper pulled him over, and as soon as he started to get out of his car, Mark shot him and left him for dead. But he was just being eaten alive by anger. He figured it was better to forgive him because he couldn't live with himself anymore. And then he started advocating for Mark's release from prison.
Largely owing to Watt's forgiveness, Corbett is one of 6 inmates who have had their sentences commuted under Governor Mark Gordon since he took office in 2019. Corbett has served 41 years in prison. High up in the Snowy Range Mountains, off-grid, out of cell phone range, and deep into black bear country at 9,500 feet, 2 old guys are building a cabin. Keeping busy in retirement is key to maintaining a healthy body and sharp mind, yet this enterprise seems destined to wreck what's left of their bodies. At least that's what Dave Simpson and Larry Ash told Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag.
We're talking about 2 guys that are 74 years old, hauling bags of 30-pound cement, lifting plywood over their heads, doing a lot of physical labor that seems for people this age to just be, frankly, a little bit too much. But it is the product of a long history and a long friendship that began in 1969.
While you may question if septuagenarians are wise to take on such a toilsome project, the image of these 2 lifelong friends rocking side by side after a long day's work seems to justify their undertaking, whether they survive the effort or not. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future. Borrow for your dream home. Start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent. Head for the rodeo. Reel in a big trout. Fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay, and here for you.
Wyoming is home to some legendary mythical creatures, including Bigfoot and the jackalope. Another that could end up on that list is the swamp moose of the northern Wyoming Bighorn Mountains, spotted over the 4th of July weekend by several people driving on U.S. Highway 14. The elusive swamp moose is a bipedal creature covered in green camouflage with a single large antler prominently growing out of the top of its head. But Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi has uncovered the secret behind this particular mysterious creature, an 8-year-old prankster named Bridger Knox.
The Knox family had a ghillie suit that they had brought for another prank, and they found a moose antler, and they decided to make their own cryptid. And so the swamp moose was spotted wandering along fence lines and in and out of open fields in the Bighorns as Wyoming's newest cryptid. And you have to wonder what the people who were driving on the highway were thinking as they just rode past and saw a short little monster camouflage blend in with this environment holding a moose antler over its head.
The elusive swamp moose was highly visible for about 2 hours. Bridger villager kept wandering the fields and fence lines near the campground until it was time for the mythical creature to disappear into the forest. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Most hiring algorithms would scream me out.
Some bosses couldn't see me as a leader.
I've run this place for 20 years, but I still need to prove that I'm more than what you see on paper.
I've been running code as long as I've been able to reach a keyboard.
This is what I do. It's second nature for me, coordinating 100 details at once.
It's the way my mind works. I have a very mechanical brain.
I sold them on my skills.
You gotta be so good they can't ignore you.
My magic is
Analytics and empathy. That's how I'm getting clients. You have to have the confidence in yourself to show up and defy the odds.
I'm more than who I am on paper.
I never got a college degree. And today, I'm the CEO of my own company. People want to tell me I'm one in a million, when actually I'm one of millions. Stars are all around us. It's time for them to shine.
It's the Cowboy State Daily Show here on a Monday, July 14th. We got a heartwarming story about a 16-year-old driver who skidded through the intersection, totaled her car, and had a replacement car bought for her. Just pay it forward, said the man she hit. We'll learn how a young Cuban exile from back in the Castro days, become a Hall of Fame rancher in Wyoming. Wyoming has its own version of the pyramids. We got one pyramid outside of I-80. Nobody's been inside it for decades until now. You won't believe what they've found inside. These stories and more coming up on the Cowboy State Daily today in a Monday edition. So good to have you along with us. Let's get you started with a weather forecast. Yeah, this one. I'm going to do this weather. Casper, just a slight chance of rain in the afternoon. Otherwise, sunny, hot, 97 today. Lander, sunny, 94. Mostly sunny in Evanston, 86 degrees. Rock Springs, sunny, breezy, 91. Pinedale, sunny, 84 is your high today. Afton, sunny, 87. DuBois, slight chance of rain after 1. Otherwise, sunny, breezy, 84 the high. Jackson, sunny and 87. It has been hot in Jackson, man. Thermopolis, 96. Sunny. Might see an afternoon rain shower, maybe around 5. Cody, chance of rain around 5-ish. Otherwise, mostly sunny, 92. Buffalo, sunny, 91 with a chance of rain late afternoon. Sunny and hot in Sheridan, 97 the high. Gillette, clouds on the increase, high 94 today. Slight chance of rain in Newcastle in the afternoon, otherwise sunny, 95. Torrington, clouds on the increase, could bring rain showers about 3 in the afternoon. Otherwise, hot and triple digits in Torrington, 100. Oh, that weather, that doesn't last long enough for me to do weather. That's too mellow. I'm still trying to find a good weather. No, that's going to be too... maybe this one. Cheyenne, chance of rain around 3 in the afternoon. Otherwise, mostly sunny. Highs 89. Laramie, you'll top out around 86 with sun. But increasing clouds, you could see rain by 1 in the afternoon. Rawlins, sunny, hot, breezy, with highs 91 today. Greg Johnson will be with us in a moment. We'll talk about a story he wrote. I remember talking to Brian Peterson about this story. Well, I don't want to get into it till Greg comes on, but a really heartwarming, pay it forward story that Greg Johnson will bring this morning. I'm excited for that. Dale Killingback will be on the show as well today. And we'll ask him about his story about how a young Cuban exile. This kid was 11 years old when he left Fidel Castro's communist Cuba. He was living very near Bay of Pigs, which was the hot point. He was just 6 miles away in a rural Cuban community. And he had a split family. Some of his family was devout Christian. I believe they were Catholics. And some were fighting for Fidel Castro. And he got out of Cuba and came to Wyoming as an 11-year-old and found himself in the Wyoming Ag Hall of Fame as a rancher. If you saw this guy, no way would you think. He looks like he was born in Wheatland. And I think that's where he did eventually settle. Pretty cool guy. I'm excited to talk to Dale more and learn more about this Cuban refugee turned Rancher of the Year, or in the Rancher Hall of Fame. We've done stories about this. Cowboy State Daily has done stories about this pyramid thing, this monument. I mean, it looks like a pyramid, sort of. It's a monument, many believe, mistakenly, is attributed to Lincoln, President Lincoln, and his hand in making Interstate 80. At the time, it was the Lincoln Highway. And it's not Lincoln, by the way. It is built for a couple of dudes, Oakes and Oliver Ames. They were key deal makers in the completion of the first transcontinental railroad. This monument is 60-foot high pyramid known as the Ames Monument, an architectural oddity many Wyomings don't know about or have just maybe some false history in their mind about what it's for. It was originally built in the 1880s to honor the two key deal makers that made the Union Pacific Railroad. And it was originally constructed right alongside the tracks at the high point where the train would be going by in Wyoming, down near in the southeast part of the state, Albany County. And by a twist of fate, the tracks, the railroad line would be relocated. So folks got to see this massive pyramid built in 1882, completed in 1882. They got to see it for about 9 years. I think it was relocated in 1901. So for less than a decade, railroad travelers retreated to a, hey, look at that monument. Look at that pyramid thing. And on the monument, there's a big bronze plaque, and it talks about what the monument is for, to honor Oakes and Oliver Ames, who are pretty interesting dudes in themselves. Very interesting guys in history. But when the train tracks were relocated, you could not see this pyramid thing from the tracks, but you still can't see the pyramid thing from Interstate 80. It's kind of lost now. This granite stone pyramid is, you'd have to divert your trip to go see it. It now stands, the poor Ameses, they might have had their memory forever. Well, not forever. I mean, this thing won't last forever, although the pyramids of Egypt last a long time. Their legacy is not seen really by anybody unless you make the concerted effort to get off Interstate 80 at exit 329, by the way, just so you know, and you'd be able to see this cool monument thingy. We did a story on this. Cowboy State did a story on this a while ago, but the new story is what's inside. Zachary Sontag talked about going in. You used to be able to get into the monument. It was a favorite with kids, favorite place to go hang out, drink beer. And then it was sealed, and it's remained sealed until a descendant of Oakes Ames pushed for the promotion of Ames Monument, wanted the National Historic Landmark, wanted that monument put on the National Historic Landmark. Anna tried and tried. She's 81 years old now, direct descendant of Oakes Ames. For many years, she pushed for the promotion of this monument to be added to the National Historic Landmark. The problem was there needed to be more details, especially of the interior. Well, no one had been inside in decades. Anna petitioned the right people. I think at Wyoming Department of Transportation. Are they the ones who have purview over this? And eventually said, yeah, we'll open it up for one day. And that allowed Anna and some friends to get inside and look around. Now, they didn't bring a ladder. It was super dark, of course, and they didn't bring a ladder, so they didn't explore some of the upper levels. But what they found inside was, hang on to your hat, not a sarcophagus, no mummies, some empty beer cans, and some people sketched on the wall, like wrote on the wall. They scratched on the wall, drive a car or something about drive your car was scratched into the rock. Yeah, that's it. Kind of a, not exactly, a highlight, but that's what was inside. Really nothing, but it's interesting to go see. If you wanted to take that little detour, exit 329 off I-80, go check out the Ames Monument. Oakes Ames and Oliver Ames, pretty famous guys in their time, and got embroiled in a in some kind of scandal where they were accused, I think, of ripping off the government. Anna, the descendant of Oakes Ames, said it was all made up and not true. The pyramid thing, the monument thing, was completed in 1882 at the cost of $64,000. And to honor the two men largely responsible for the completion of the Transcontinental Railroad, went coast to coast. Zachary Sontag has that story. Zachary will be on later in the week, and we'll talk with him more about that. More stories coming up. Greg Johnson will be in the room in a moment. Let's take a quick break here of the Cowboy State Daily Show and welcome Greg in right after this.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Monday. Greg Johnson with us, managing editor of the Cowboy State Daily. Greg, over the weekend, did you go see Superman?
Nope.
No.
Nope.
That's a firm no from Greg.
Well, I mean, if you mean, did I look in a mirror? Yeah, I did that.
Why? Do you often wear tights around the house? Superman did sky high. Superman opened to a sky high 217 million at the global box office. Makes it one of DC's biggest premieres since Batman, really. Big weekend for Superman. And the guy playing...
but not a lot of... I've heard a lot of people saying they didn't like it, though.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know, man. How many times do you have to remake movies and stuff? I mean, how many Supermans do there have? have to be out there.
There's been a lot of Supermans.
Yeah, there has. There's been a ton of Supermen. So
Supermen.
I'm just not. Not feeling it.
I know. Me neither. And I don't see any of the DC, Marvel, DC Studio stuff. I don't do any of that. What's the other? Whenever they do these, I don't do them. And Hollywood's so lazy. Hollywood just keeps rehashing the same thing. But I mean, why not? It works. And in this case, they didn't have to pay a lot of money to the lead actor. I mean, who's heard of this guy? The wife said
nobody heard of Christopher Reeve either when he first did it.
Yeah. I mean, you figure you probably got to pay a lot of money on CGI and effects and stuff, so you don't want to waste more money on an actor. Superman, I mean,
They could just use the effects they used in the old Batman TV series, right?
Wham!
Walking up the building, where they just turn the camera.
Oh yeah, that's a classic. Or yeah, when a fight's happening, they shake the camera intentionally to give you the sense of
They actually
action.
put up the pow,
pow, blammo.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's state of the art. Extra. The director, by the way, James Gunn, is under fire a little bit for creating a woke Superman. Before I read the story, I had to wonder, oh no, James Gunn didn't make Superman gay, did he? After all, he's already comes with the tights. But he called in an interview, he basically said Superman is like a foreigner. He's an immigrant. And oh boy, now they got to make Superman political. The MAGA extreme MAGAs.
Yeah, Superman is super woke.
Yeah, Superman's super woke. That's all from the director trying to say he's from another planet. And he came to Earth and he's an immigrant. And if Superman came today, Trump would have him deported.
Yeah, but why does it have to be political? It's Superman.
I know.
That's what gets me is when you make these movies, and you know what? It's your movie. It's your, you get the studio or whatever to pay hundreds of millions of dollars to make these things. If you want to make it, go ahead and make it. But I don't get it. Like the Avatar, where it comes out and all it is just, a giant political statement. Sometimes you don't. I watch a movie. I don't want to be lectured to in a movie about what's politically correct or not.
Yeah.
It's not politically correct for, someone to rip your face off. But sometimes that's what you want to see. I just saw a trailer last night. Now that the copyright has run out on like Mickey Mouse or Winnie the Pooh and stuff.
Yeah.
Have you seen the trailer for the new Bambi?
No. What have they done to Bambi?
It is called
boy,
Bambi the Reckoning. And it's a horror film of Bambi is running through the woods. In one scene, Bambi literally tears somebody's head off.
Dang.
But Bambi is terrorizing everything in the woods.
Yeah. Well,
it's not a woke Bambi.
No. This is a whole different kind of Bambi.
Yeah, they went a little different on that. But yeah, no, I haven't seen it. I probably will at some point. Like when it comes to Amazon or something like that. But I'm not going to go out of my way to watch it. And it's not because of the woke thing. It's just
enough with the Supermens.
Yeah, the story, and and the Superman story is kind of a classic story. So how much are you going to change it? And I don't know. And it's just too much Superman. There's Superman. There's all the series that have been going on too, and I don't know. I'm just
yeah. I mean, it did well at the box office in an era where it's hard to get people to go out to the theaters. Everybody's just watching movies at home. So that was impressive.
Superman is an unethical journalist. Clark Kent is an unethical journalist.
Oh.
Because he's Superman and he's turning in stories about Superman. You don't write about yourself. And then he deliberately lies by not revealing that's who he is. I mean, he's an unethical journalist.
Wow.
Superman would not.
I didn't think of it that way.
Superman would not be writing for Cowboy State Daily.
When you think about writers of this movie, you're kind of boxed in because, as you said, you've got to follow a Superman template. You can't just go changing things. Superman is Superman. He's Clark Kent by day, puts on the cape. He's from whatever planet, like Krypton. What is it? Krypton?
Krypton. Yes.
Yeah.
He's from Krypton.
So, Lois Lane, there's certain things you've got to follow in the script. So that was kind of boring. But so how do you write something that's unique without going too far? Oh, we're going to disclose that Superman is really blank. Like, you can't.
You just have to do it with the villains and the threats, the different.
Yeah. And it becomes really cookie cutter. It's just Superman faces a new villain. That's the only thing you can change in the Superman story. And this is the same way with Batman and all the rest of them.
Why do they say it's woke?
Because the director said Superman is in effect an immigrant. And that got into the whole, are we going to build the wall? Are we going to deport immigrants? Would ICE take down Superman? You got to come with us.
Yeah.
Superman.
Well, I mean, if he said that, but he said that like in an interview or something, right?
Yes, it's not in the movie. There's nothing in the movie that would.
Okay, so it doesn't have like Clark Kent like standing in line at the immigration office to get his green card or something,
right?
Or getting round up by ICE,
right?
Coming up to the farm.
Now that would be a Superman, Christy Gnome, Ice Barbie against Superman. You're coming with us. We need to see your papers, Superman. That would be fun. Your story, heartwarming story, Greg, on Brian Peterson. I've heard him. Pedersen. I've heard him tell this story to me. I thought I already wrote this story, but I don't know. Maybe I'm living in an altered universe. I've heard Brian tell this story, though. It's really cool. He's on his way to a Denver Bronco game. I don't know if he ever saw that game. Did he?
Yeah, I think he did.
Okay.
They go super early so that they can watch the
kicking.
Yeah, the special teams warm up.
Yes. Brian Pedersen, if you don't know, his son's a really, really, really good kicker. High school, has aspirations to take his kicking.
His other son is
further.
A kicker. They got two kickers.
The other kicker. And Pedersen himself is, his day job is bringing bare knuckle boxing and all kinds of combat sports to Wyoming. He's a cool guy, fascinating guy. But we really get a look into his heart when he's got the fam and he's driving to a Bronco game and he's at a stoplight and this teenager hits the brakes. This 16-year-old, she can't stop. It's icy. It's January. And she slides. It had to feel like it was in slow motion. She's like, I can't stop. Wham, she hits the Pedersen car. He's driving some big bulked up SUV, but her car's wrecked. And pretty cool what he did after. What did he do, Greg?
Yeah, he bought her a new car.
Yeah.
She hit him. It was her fault. She hit his car, and when he saw that it was, that there was just a good kid who, was doing everything right, and just had an accident, and so he kind of felt he wanted to do something for her so that she wasn't just behind the 8 ball with it. She had a job. She worked for that car. You know how it is. You get your first car. It's the cheapest you can afford. You only have liability. So she wasn't in a position to just replace her car too. And she's getting ready to graduate and go off to college and stuff. So yeah, so he just put it out on Facebook to his friends and said, "Hey, this is what I want to do," and they all chipped in.
Yeah, it wasn't Pedersen's own dime. He got a lot of people to just cough up money. They all felt a similar calling, like, "Oh, let's help this kid out."
Well, and he did too. They all chipped in. Got almost 15 grand, and he bought her a new car. Well, a used car, but
yeah.
Much better than what she had, and surprised her with it. So it's a pretty cool story.
Pedersen admits when he got hit, his first reaction was to get out of the car, and he was a little agitated, he said. But then he saw a 16-year-old Cheyenne high school student who was rattled by the collision on her way home from church, just like some kid that's just doing things right, doing life the right way. And Pedersen was touched. And, all he asked for out of Gracie was pay it forward. She said, what do I do to pay this forward? I'm like just a teenager. And Pedersen said sometime in the next 20 years, the opportunity will present itself and you'll know it when you see it and take action then. Pretty cool. Way to go, Brian.
Yeah, makes you think, someone hits you, even if it's the teenager, your reaction is probably going to be, "Oh, these stupid teenagers, they can't drive," whatever. Your thought isn't going to be, "Oh, well, okay, let's get them a new car."
Yeah.
Yeah. So yes, it's a cool thing.
Very neat.
Yeah, and so I joked with them a little bit, and I said, "So I'm going to be looking for you around town now. If I see you driving, I'm going to go ahead and take you so that you can get me a new car."
I'm going to point my.
And he reassures everybody, "No, if you hit me, I'm not buying you a new car." So
that was a one-time offer. Yeah, don't point your jalopy at Brian Pedersen's vehicle. Yeah, that was one and done. Yeah, I believe that. Cool. Dan Starks is going to make some motel rooms. He wants to build a 70-room motel in Du Bois. Dan Starks is the guy behind the National Museum of Military Vehicles. It's getting really popular. And with the addition of this feature, Du Bois has seen some increase in tourist traffic. I mean, it's kind of a low-key tourist town, but the museum, this military museum, is world-class. And there's been an uptick in visitation, and Du Bois lodging kind of hasn't kept up. There's, a few privately owned mom and pop motels. They change hands sometimes, some Airbnbs, but not enough for how many may want to come to the museum, especially if you had like a big group, like a busload, like 70 people want to come, go to the museum, and then spend the night. Where do you...
I'll tell you what, he needs the whole package experience.
Yeah.
You buy the museum experience, and what they do is they go to the airport and pick you up in a tank.
Yes. And And the motel he's building has army cots. That's your bed. You get it's just one.
Yeah. You're gonna want to shell a lot of money for that, I'm sure.
And the woman at the desk taking your,
room service is MRE.
Yeah, she says mess is at 7, and it'll be an MRE.
Right, that's like they got some bugler going off at 6 a.m.
The bugle. We got to tell Dan these great ideas we're having. He's going to call.
Totally.
He's going to call this 70-room motel the Liberty Lodge. It's not going to be a high-end hotel type thing. He's like, I don't need the fancy lobby. This is just so people
are
can
into
stay.
The motels these days. They're into the old motel experience. Not like you got when you had to sleep with your gun on the desk.
Oh, geez.
But just because it's it's like just because you're at a dive bar doesn't mean it's like it has to be dirty.
Yeah.
You have a dive bar that's still, a clean, nice place, but it's still a dive.
Yeah.
That way for motels too.
Yeah, I agree. There's a certain charm to some of the old motels, and you can build a new motel in that fashion. And we're talking about like no big lobby, no elevator, like one story, park in front of the room, which I like. I like to be able to park right in front of my room so I can see the truck out the window. That's just me.
I saw this thing where Obama is he sounded kind of like a Republican a little bit.
Oh,
over the weekend he's at this fundraiser, this Democrat fundraiser, and he's telling the Democrats, you're all hanging your head down and everything because of Trump and what's going on. He told them, toughen up. He said, less navel gazing and a little less whining and being in fetal positions is going to require Democrats to just toughen up.
Yeah.
He's telling them to suck it up, man.
Yeah.
Do something about it. Don't just whine about it.
Don't just hide shivering in your panic room. Get out there and take action. If you look at the future of the presidency or politics, that is enough to scare you. If you're a Democrat, you've got nobody. Who's your person? AOC? No. Kamala Harris, you want to run it back with her? No. Democrats have no viable option, but the Republicans don't either. Where are you going after this presidency? Both parties.
I don't know. Well, there's more. I mean, do you put Vance up? Do you put, to some celebrity throw up there? People have talked about The Rock running for president.
Oh,
Could you imagine President Rock?
Yeah, I can. He would change Air Force One into a helicopter. And he would fly.
If he gets on a helicopter, it will be Air Force One. That's how you decide whether it's Air Force One. Whatever the president is Air Force One.
Yeah, it'll be.
So he could be on a bus, and that would be, I guess, Bus Force One. I don't know.
And that's another thing. The Democrats or Republicans have no real viable candidate after Trump, post-Trump. J.D. Vance is too vanilla, and he's got some hits against him, skeletons in the closet. I don't see that. But the other thing is this the new direction we're headed where celebrities are going to be president? Like famous people be presidents, non-politicians, just because you have fame. Oh, no.
Ronald Reagan did it. I mean, he was governor first, so by the time he ran for president, he was a politician. But that was his thing was being an actor.
He was good. He was a good president. Yeah, maybe we do that. What about these These guys who haven't grown up yet racing their cars through Grand Teton National Park. Claire McFarland has the story. Oh, man. Too much money.
You get caught. You get caught. That's what happens. It seems, it seems that there should be a speed that you can go that would make it a felony. Instead of it being a misdemeanor. It's like if you steal something, if it's over $1,000 or $1,500, depending on what state you live in, if it's over $1,000, it's a felony.
I'm with that.
Speeding, I say if you hit triple digits, man, it's a felony.
I hear you. I like that idea. These YouTubers were racing their cars, their luxury cars in Grand Teton National Park, where even the speed limit is sometimes not prudent with the wildlife. These drivers were reaching alleged speeds of 111 miles an hour, and it was all for social media, all for show, all part of a tour they were on, which took them through Jackson Hole, the 7-day tour.
Yeah, and to be fair, the tour, it's specific in their rules that you follow the laws and stuff, that you don't do that. But you're buying some $2.5 million Pagani or something, and you're going and do these guys buy it to go the speed limit?
Yeah.
So you know what? If you want to go fast, just don't kill anybody, and if you get caught, just take your medicine. Don't,
Yeah.
And if you're buying those types of vehicles, my guess is you're not too worried about a ticket.
Oh, no. No, I'm sure they can do the ticket pretty easily. They're facing a whole bunch of other charges, but nothing that would tax their bank account too bad. The new rally is a luxury car rally for supercar and hypercar owners. And last month they were rolling through Grand Teton, just going real fast, allegedly. Yeah. I don't know, man. Must be nice. We're going to take a break, come right back with more here on the Monday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Greg, he'll be there. He's hanging.
Yeah.
Yes. Coming right back.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill?
No.
You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
So, Greg, what else? What did you do over the weekend? Let's recap.
I just worked.
Really?
Yeah, we had a lot of really good stuff. So it all had to get read. So yeah, that's pretty much what I do. I do that, and I try to sleep.
Yeah,
I'm pretty bored.
I need to sleep. I did a lot of DJing. I'm interested in this pop-up art show at the Laundromat in DuBois.
Okay. I'm not that interested in it, but go ahead.
Renee Jean has a story. Fluff and Forward Culture, DuBois Laundromat. I've seen this laundromat. Everybody has. If you've been through DuBois, it's the building with a big giant buffalo head skull thing. Fiberglass buffalo head. I think it's like 15, 18 feet high. It's huge. And you had to walk through the skull, like through its mouth, to get into the laundromat. And
yeah, I guess it's a good idea to put one in there because you got kind of a captive audience. People
yes.
doing laundry. So they'll probably spend more time looking at it than if they were actually, just kind of moseying through a gallery. But, they're not going there to see the art or anything. So they're not potential buyers or anything like that, I wouldn't think a lot of people going to the laundromat are going to say, oh, you know what? I'm going to drop a few grand on that piece,
Yeah. Yeah.
It's an interesting concept to get stuff out there. Maybe it would be a good thing for like a local art group or something to do. Put it in the laundromat.
I think it has unique appeal, but you're right. Don't expect to sell a lot of pieces because most people looking at it are just trying to find an extra quarter to get the drying cycle done. But Brooke Sue Lewis Eisner in DuBois planning an art show. It's going to start Thursday and run about 4 months. And it's going to be in a laundromat. And yeah, you're there kind of bored waiting for your stuff to finish. And yeah, might as well look at art. Speaking of art, pretty rare piece from Carl Rungius. Did you see, you obviously read the story, but he's a world-renowned, famous artist.
Yeah, if you're into art and you know his name.
Oh, yeah.
If you're not into art, then you probably don't know his name. But yeah, with Western art, he's the dude. So yeah, it's not a bad gift to get for helping with his broken leg.
Yeah, this is another story in the Cowboy State Daily of equally famous. This is like two super famous guys. Albert Nelson was Wyoming's first game warden, and he was in my neck of the woods here in Jackson Hole. He lived in Kelly. And Albert Nelson, the last of his kind, just an outdoorsman, pure outdoorsman. And he had a chance to set a broken leg for Carl Rungius, famous artist, Western artist from Germany. Albert Nelson's from Sweden, I think. And Carl repaid him with a painting of, it was a painting of elk like rubbing their antlers off, which that painting, they had it in the family for a long time. And then finally somebody sold it. They came to a generation where they needed money, Albert Nelson's family, and they sold it. And it was pretty cool for, I think it was the National Museum of Wildlife Art, who they have a huge archive on anything Carl has ever done. And they tracked that painting down to an owner in Arizona. But not a bad payday.
Yeah. So what's up with your Yankees, man? They had a chance to pick up some ground on the Blue Jays, and
yeah. The offense disappears for long stretches. So much of it depends on Judge. And the bottom of the order can't hit.
Now the Red Sox are about to overtake them.
Uh,
Red Sox 10 in a row, Jake. They've won 10 in a row.
Yeah, they're red hot, but the All-Star break will cool them off. We'll see.
Did you see the draft yesterday?
Yeah, I saw that. Yankees.
Rockies picked up Matt Holliday's son.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, Ethan Holliday.
Oh.
Yeah, and after they drafted him, they posted photos of Matt Holliday with Ethan as a tiny kid in the Rockies. And Ethan dressed up as like a Rocky and stuff. Matt Holliday was really good. He was like
yeah.
6 or 7 time All-Star with the Rockies. But yeah, father-son thing going on.
Well, that's pretty neat, except for getting drafted by the Rockies.
Exactly.
I mean, I don't know if he's all caught up in the story.
Yeah, good news, bad news, right?
Right.
Drafted by your dad's old team. But the bad news is this is your dad's old team.
Yeah. I don't know what makes that palatable for the Holiday kid. Yankees drafted a son of a former player.
A son of a what?
A son of a gun at shortstop.
That's right. They kind of, yeah. And then the Nationals picked a shortstop with the top pick, didn't they?
A lot of teams, shortstops.
Yeah, 2 stunners.
Yeah.
ESPN's calling them stunners. Taking a high school shortstop with the number 1 pick.
Yeah, shorts in the top first 50, 100 picks. A lot of shortstops went. I'm surprised by how many bats went rather than pitching. Some years it's all pitching, some years it's not.
Now, see, that's the thing, is the Nationals were expected to take Ethan Holliday as the number 1 pick. And the Rockies got him as the number 4 pick. So not only is he the son of Matt Holliday, he's like what a lot of people thought was the number 1 pick in this draft. So
yeah, he had his Nationals cap ready to go for when they drafted him, and they could do the cutaway to his home where he'd be like, well, I'm excited to be in that. Wait a minute. Not the Rockies. Yeah, it had to be a little disappointing.
Yeah, he's also an infielder. They consider him the best hitter in the draft and the best fielder. So
wow.
So got it going on.
Well, Colorado need like 4 or 5 more of him then if they're going to turn this around.
Yeah. I get a photo of him. The Rockies posted a little tiny Ethan Holliday. I don't know. He must be 2 or something because he's in a little uniform holding the purple bat and he's got a pacifier in his mouth.
Man, that's young. A lot of athletes, kids, though, more than I can remember, are just going into the business, following dad,
Yeah. Well, I think the Rockies, boy, it's been a little while now, but they had like Dante Bichette's son on the roster. And I think they also had Eric Young's son. Eric Young, who was an original Rocky when they first were expanded into the league. And he's the one who was the first batter and got the first home run on the first bat.
Oh.
Rockies, yeah.
What a way to start. I don't remember. I forgot that. How long ago was that? Rockies are
it's a long
not that
time ago.
old.
I want to say probably close to 30 years.
They're that old, the Rockies?
Yeah. 96, 95, 96, somewhere around there.
All right, Greg. Carry on. Have a great Monday.
All right. Well,
go see Superman when you get a chance. Super woke Superman.
Okay. You go look for the swamp monster.
Oh, jeez. Cowboys.
All right, I'll see ya.
Cowboy State Daily Show, top of the hour news coming up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Corr. Someone slides through an icy intersection and collides with your car. What do? Well, if you're Brian Pedersen, a Cheyenne financial advisor, you buy the other driver, who was at fault, a new car. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson spoke to Pedersen, who realized that the young girl behind the wheel was more traumatized than he was.
This wasn't some kid just out joyriding. She was dressed nice. She was on her way home from church. So this is a genuinely good kid, 4.0 student. She already worked to buy this car. So he put out a few feelers to his Facebook friends, and they all popped in and said, sure, we'll donate. And he put in a few $1,000s. And they got almost $15,000. And he bought her a new car.
The story of Pedersen and Gracie caught the attention of CBS Mornings and was featured on the show last Monday. While Gracie is a little overwhelmed by the attention the national television story has brought, it's a story Pedersen said shouldn't be about him. He says it's about a good, upstanding young woman who needed a break. Juan Reyes knew nothing about the American West, cowboys, or the United States when he arrived in Florida in 1962 at age 11. He was part of a secret exodus facilitated by the Catholic Church to get young Cubans off the communist-controlled island. But Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that Reyes, now 74, has spent decades riding Wyoming's open ranges as one of the state's successful and respected ranchers, running M.R. Angus Ranch near Wheatland.
Was attending a college in Washington, helped a buddy go to UW, and when he got to Wyoming, he decided, I love it here. And so he transferred to UW, met the wife at UW. She had 12 registered Angus cows, and so they got married eventually, took those Angus cows, and in a long story, very short, they started their ranching career.
Reyes was recently named as one of 2 people who will be inducted this year into the Wyoming Agriculture Hall of Fame. It's been nearly 3 decades since a 27-year-old Maryland man disappeared in the Wyoming mountains during a week-long camping and fishing trip with friends. David Crouch had been camping in the Wind River Range in late August 1997 and was last seen on the banks of Island Lake with a fishing rod in hand. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker spoke to former Sublette County Sheriff Hank Ruland, who was the lead investigator on the search for Crouch. He said he still vividly remembers it to this day, nearly 30 years later, along with other unsolved cases that still haunt him.
Hank Ruland is one of those retired lawmen who his career is still with him. These stories, the people who went missing, are still very much part of his memory. With Hank's memory, he's able to keep all of these cases alive in some ways too, and he hasn't forgotten them. And when I contacted him, he was very eager to advocate both that somebody take a second look at him and to keep these people's names in the collective memory.
To date, other than one potential sighting by hikers, no trace of Crouch or his fishing pole have been located in the decades since he disappeared. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans. So go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay and here for you.
Rising out of rich pasture land in southeastern Wyoming, a 60-foot-high pyramid known as the Ames Monument is an architectural oddity even many Wyomingites know little about. The pyramid was built from massive granite blocks and completed in 1882 to honor Oakes and Oliver Ames, key deal makers in the completion of the first transcontinental railroad. But Cowboy State Daily's Zachary Sontag reports that the monument didn't end up being as visible as planners hoped.
In kind of a bit of an ironic twist, they moved the rail line, and the monument has ever since more or less been out of sight, out of mind. For a long time, these chambers were open and passerby could go in there, and they could even carve things on the walls. And then in the 1980s, they closed it off, and it was more or less intended to stay closed forever. But the great-great-great-granddaughter of Oakes Ames, Annalee Ames Robinson, was bent on getting inside the monument. And when she finally made it in, it was one of the highlights of her life.
Robinson may be the last person of this century to experience the inner chambers of the Ames Monument. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
I'll never forget the day I nearly died. I was a young journalist with a great career, starting a family. The only way we found out I had any kind of heart issue was when I went into sudden death. My coworkers sprung into action. They've recently been trained in life-saving CPR protocols developed by the American Heart Association. They're the ones that kept me alive until the medics came. They did many tests on me in the hospital after my cardiac arrest and created a treatment plan, all with research from the American Heart Association. I think unless you are a heart disease patient, you may not know how much work the American Heart Association does behind the scenes to save your life. Since my cardiac arrest, I've had 2 more children. I've watched all 3 of my children grow into adulthood. I'm gonna cry now. Graduate from college. My daughter got married. I have grandchildren, and I'm still here.
Learn more about the American Heart Association's work at helpheart.org.
Back in studio on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We're going to look at a celebrity chef in Wyoming. We're going to try to steer clear of grizzly bears when mountain biking. And we'll, I think, collectively cheer the fact that Wyoming has one area code, and that's likely going to be the case for at least 20, 30 years or more. I love the 307. I love states that have one area code. Do you know how many states, can you think off the top of your head, how many states have just the one area code that covers the whole state? And it's often when that happens, that area code is often used in branding purposes. In Wyoming, we've got several companies that call themselves 307 something, or they have 307 in the title, 307 vodka. There's even 307 show goats. Okay. 307 maid, 307 dog wash. A lot of 307 centric kind of stuff. And it's great to have the 307. The area code means a lot to some people. It's like bragging rights. If you go to New York City, to have the 212 is big. They stopped issuing the 212 in Manhattan long ago. 718 is used to be the only area code for the boroughs, like Brooklyn, with a 718. But the 212 in Manhattan, that was a thing of prestige. I used to have 212 when I lived in Hell's Kitchen in Manhattan. Little did I know that boy, you want to hang on to that number. This is pre-cell phone, so the number came with your landline. Once you moved, you lost that 212. But the 212 in New York City is badge of honor, so to speak, similar to Los Angeles. The 310, that's symbolizing Hollywood, glamour, celebrity culture. The 310, the 213 in LA, the original area codes, I guess they mean something to some people. In Miami, if you've got the 305, that conveys all the things that come with Miami. You probably, you're well tanned. San Francisco's 415, that continues to be a bit of a symbolic, iconic area code. Chicago has the 312. Atlanta's 404. If you're a area code junkie, area code aficionado, I guess these things mean something. Las Vegas, the 702. But how many states have a statewide area code? I was surprised it was this many. I would have thought it'd be just a handful or maybe 2 or 3. I know Montana has the 406, and that covers all of Montana. So that's 1, along with Wyoming. That's 2. Hawaii has just a single area code. That's often used in branding for Hawaii. All things Hawaiian are 808. Just in case you were wondering. Also, let's throw in there 10 total states. 11 total states. 10 plus Wyoming. 11 states have just the single area code. Alaska, just by virtue of no one has a phone in Alaska, or there is nobody in Alaska. Delaware, because it's so small. And New Hampshire, because it's so small. And Rhode Island. They all have just the single area code. South Dakota, just not much as far as population. Delaware, Vermont, Maine, and North and South Dakota. So, 11 total states have just the single area code. Here's something maybe you didn't know. In the story, written by David Madison, by the way. David will be on later in the show, and we'll talk to him. In the story, we learn who issues area codes. It's the government, but the government contracts it out for whatever reason. Maybe the government can't count well. Maybe the government doesn't want to deal with area codes. The Federal Communications Commission basically contracts out the process of issuing area codes, and they hire a private contractor called the North American Numbering Plan Administrator. And that happens to be Heidi Wayman. I don't know how David Madison ever found that out. Found the person who is the one who decides when you need a new area code. For instance, Texas, California, they're both growing so fast with population that they need new area codes. And it's all driven by, math, really. There's only a certain amount of numbers with a prefix. Once you add you add a new prefix, and then you got the 4 digits after that. Pretty much those 7-digit numbers, how many variations can there be before you're going to need a new area code? Heidi Wayman is the one that does the math. It's all a numbers game. When the possible 7-digit phone numbers are exhausted or coming close to being exhausted, she makes the call to get a certain area of a state into a new area code. Who knew that? I mean, this was a actual job, and the Federal Communications Commission doesn't do it themselves. They hire it out for whatever reason. Mark Hines has this story about mountain bikers who sometimes encounter wildlife, including grizzly bears. And maybe some in the mountain bike community are thinking maybe bells on your bike could be a good thing, could save your life. Mark Hines' story about a Montana cyclist back in 2016 who surprised a grizzly bear. There are some reports from back then, 2016, that mountain biker Brad Treat, 38-year-old, actually hit the bear, like ran into it, collided with a bear at a high rate of speed. Mountain bikers, especially when they're going downhill, can really get hauling. And the problem with biking, if, you're thinking about bears, is you're basically quiet. This is not like a four-wheeler making noise. You're traveling at a high rate of speed, relatively quiet, and the likelihood that you surprise a bear is fairly high if you're in grizzly bear country. And a surprise bear is never a good encounter. When you surprise a bear, that usually does not end well. Retired federal ecologist Chuck Neal of Cody frequently takes hikes in grizzly country and said he's concerned about the ever-growing number of mountain bikers and the more and more ever-growing number of grizzlies could lead to more ugly incidents like this. Mountain bikers, Chuck Neal said, are going fast and they're focused on what's in front of them. That makes them more vulnerable to surprise grizzly encounters. Neal said, when I'm out hiking, I'm constantly scanning the country on all sides. Me too. I think I'm the only one who practices awareness. A mountain biker, Neal adds, doesn't have that luxury. He's got to watch the trail closely or he's going to bust his ass really quickly, Chuck Neal says. Yeah. I am personally, I'm not a fan of the mountain biking. I mean, I've done it and it's sort of fun. But it's all part of that adrenaline junkie backcountry use that I just don't get. The point of being out in nature is to make that connection. And ones who speed through wilderness as fast as they can, and you're not doing the same experience I am. I'm getting out there a horseback or on foot and I'm doing something slow, and I'm not going to wear bells because I don't want to scare off a bear. I want to see a bear. I want to see a bear on my terms. I don't want to surprise the bear. I want to know the bear is there before the bear knows I'm there. And part of that is awareness, which me and Chuck Neal are the last two guys on earth who go out in the woods with awareness, I guess. But I am constantly looking to the side, looking behind me. I'll every so often stop and just be quiet for a minute and listen. Do I hear anything out there? And I'm looking. But yeah, the adrenaline users who are just ripping through the forest, and especially these e-bikes, man, they're thinking about bringing e-bikes and allowing e-bikes on some of these mountain trails. Boy, I don't know. So anyway, the thought is in the Mark Hines story that perhaps bells on the handlebar, similar to having bells on your backpack or bells on your body when you're hiking, this will alert bears to your presence long before perhaps you would ever see them. But Again, I'm not a fan of the bells. Let's see if Don Day is. We're gonna do day weather forecast. Don Day into the room. Don, you get out there in the forest. You get out there in the back country where the bears live. And
yes, no, I do. Yes, not grizzlies, not where I am, but certainly a lot of black.
Yeah. And I was just saying, I don't like to have the bear bells on me. I like to be quiet. I want to see a bear. I don't want to get eaten by one, but I want to see one. The last thing I'd want to do is scare it off before I get a chance to see it. But that's just me. Do you do the bear bell?
They have things called zoos, Where's that place in South Dakota, like Bearland, USA?
Yeah, I've been there many times. I got a nephew that's hooked on that place. Yeah, we do that. And I'll tell you one thing. There really are people in the guard towers. They got these towers where supposedly they're looking at you to see if you roll down the window. You're not supposed to roll down and I rolled down the window one time, and it took like 5 seconds before roll the window up. Like they're watching.
Well, I put the bell on the dog and let the dog ring the bell.
There you go.
The dog's going to move around and really ring that bell a lot. So.
I've actually been saved by the bell. No, saved by the dog. My dog has alerted me on 2 occasions I can think of to bears that I probably would not have seen or heard. And the dog was acting, strange. And yeah, sure enough, there was a bear. But I like to encounter the bears that way. It gives you a little thrill, like, oh, I could be dead. Yeah. But you got.
So you're an adrenaline junkie.
Not like adrenaline speed, but I'm like I want to know I'm alive by almost dying.
That's an adrenaline junkie.
Okay. Maybe you must be right. Dang it. Me personally, I want a personal forecast and then give the forecast for the rest of the folks listening. I want to make sure the weekend, if we can look that far ahead, in DuBois is going to be good. Hot, sunny.
Yeah, I mean, the weekend we're going to be warming back up again after the cold front. This upcoming weekend, if you're going to have problems with the weather, it'll be an afternoon thunderstorm, but you can plan around those.
Yeah,
that's kind of how the weekend is looking.
Okay, good. And today, it has been hot lately. Yesterday, really hot. Day before. So when is this cool down coming, or who's going to feel it?
Well, the cool down starts as early as tomorrow up north, but it will be very warm for most of the state today, kind of like what we had yesterday. And for a good part of Wyoming tomorrow, we do need to watch out for afternoon and evening thunderstorms today and tomorrow in the east. Some are going to be strong. But boy, by Wednesday, high temperatures for Gillette and Buffalo and Sheridan probably won't hit 70.
Wow.
And that cool air will really pour in late Tuesday into Wednesday. So do be ready for that. Thunderstorms and showers along with that front. But this is one of these fronts, kind of like the front on Friday, Jake, where when they come in from Montana and the Dakotas, they tend to get the eastern side of the state on the other side of the divide. West of the divide, the cold air sometimes isn't as deep to get over the mountains. But everybody will cool off statewide, especially late tomorrow and into Wednesday.
So if I'm thinking of monsoonal moisture, if I'm thinking of like warm air currents out of the southwest that are, always trying to push into Wyoming, but then you get these cold fronts that I just pictured, Don, that are just so big and heavy that they push that flow right out of the way. Unless the mountains, which are oriented kind of, sort of sideways. I don't know.
No, you're right. These cold fronts do suppress the monsoonal moisture, but there's going to be tomorrow and Wednesday a surge of monsoonal moisture heading north at the same time the cold front's heading south. And where those two meet, there'll be quite a bit of activity late tomorrow and Wednesday with showers and thunderstorms.
Okay.
But there will be a suppression of the monsoonal moisture briefly, but once the front heads off to the east, it'll start to spring back up again. So this weekend, that's why I mentioned thunderstorms, because that subtropical moisture comes back up from the south. Temperatures go right back up again by the end of the week and the weekend.
And just one more thing. Sorry to keep you too long, but I'm looking at the flooding like we talked about in New Mexico, Ruidoso, the flooding in Texas. Meanwhile, Arizona is burning up the north rim of the Grand Canyon. A fire there.
They have been unable to catch some of that subtropical moisture, although there is some chances they will get some rain this week. And certainly I see rain in that Grand Canyon area next week. Arizona has had a really, really dry 2024. So unfortunately, their drought situation is pretty bad down there. And so they need this monsoonal rain to come in.
All right. Good deal. Don, I'll see you tomorrow with bells on.
That's right. I'm going to work on my bear call too to help you out.
Thanks, man. Have a great Monday. Day weather forecast. It's Don Day. Let you know what's going on. What a crazy weather I call it crazy. Don would just call it, the law of weather. There are going to be extremes and they all average out, but you got Texas and New Mexico that having historic floods. The Texas floods in the hill country that claimed well over 100 lives. The recovery has been paused right now because there's more flooding going on. More rain, more flooding in Texas, New Mexico. Oh my goodness. Seeing houses just fall into the river. And then today we get news that the north rim of the Grand Canyon and the visitor center there is completely destroyed, burned to the ground in that dragon fire. Man, just the extremes of weather. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake will be right back after this short break.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story will crow about Crowheart and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
I don't remember how it started. our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake from the listener line on our Facebook page. Stephanie says, good morning. Good morning to you, Stephanie. Mike says, always listening from Illinois, but he wishes he was in Centennial in the Medicine Bow Range. So do I, Mike. That's the place to be. But, you know, Illinois, get back to Wyoming as soon as you can. Picking up that conversation about that fire in the Grand Canyon area. It's actually two fires. The Dragon Bravo fire and the White Sage fire that are just raging in Arizona, and that Dragon Bravo has claimed several buildings on the north rim of the Grand Canyon. That's my favorite place to see the Grand Canyon. It's the lesser observation. I think most people view the Grand Canyon from the south. From the north, it's a little more arduous, more driving. You really got to make a commitment to see the Grand Canyon from the north rim, but it's really cool. I prefer the north rim. Drive south out of Kanab, Utah, and just head for the Grand Canyon. You'll know when you're there because it's a canyon. And you'll fall into it. Just keep driving until you can't drive no more. And you'll be at the north rim of the Grand Canyon, which, by the way, authorities say they're closing the north rim because of this fire, closing it for the rest of the 2025 season. Like, your chance to do what I just said is gone for this year. You'll have to wait till next year. The fire destroyed several buildings and destroyed the Grand Canyon Lodge, a historic lodge, and destroyed it. From photos that I'm seeing, just burned to the ground. No injuries reported. That's good news. These fires are fueled by sustained winds reaching up to 40 miles an hour and really dry, as Don Day said, as wet as Texas has been, as wet as New Mexico has been in the last few weeks. Arizona, bone dry. And these two fires, problematic. Nearly 5 million people visited the Grand Canyon in 2024, making it one of the most popular tourist destinations in the U.S., right up there with Yellowstone. Yellowstone does nearly 5 million, right? And Yellowstone may do 5 million this year. I think that would be a first to hit the 5 million mark. Let me see. Yellowstone National Park record visitation. I think the highest has been in the upper 4 millions. I don't know if we've hit 5 million, but it should be, I would think it'd be this year that we get there. 2025 on pace to be a record-breaking year. Had a big May. I think one of the busiest Mays. June was busy as well. Let me check this story. The months of May and June saw more tourists than those same months in 2024. Yellowstone, 4.9 million is record visitation. That was in 2021. So that was coming out of COVID, right? When we all just needed to get the heck out of the house. 2021, everybody was all pent up from the pandemic, and we all just hit the road. And Yellowstone did 4.9 million visitors. So close. This could be the year Yellowstone hits the 5 million mark. And Grand Canyon, that's kind of the same as Grand Canyon. Last year, Grand Canyon did nearly 5 million. 2024. Most people, I don't see a breakdown in this story, but most people I think go to the South Rim. But North Rim completely closed because of those fires. So your chance to visit the North Rim of the Grand Canyon is shot for the rest of this year. Your chance to go out to eat at that Italian restaurant, you better do it fast. Some restaurants say that they're going to pass the tariff increase on tomatoes on to you. Some restaurants say they're not even going to be able to stay in business if this is what it's going to cost them to make tomatoes. Particularly, I'm thinking of Italian restaurants. Teresa Razzo, she's owner of 2 Argentine Italian restaurants in Southern California. Teresa says, I give it 3 months and then we go bankrupt. Tomato prices expected to jump sharply because of new tariffs on Mexican-grown produce. And already restaurants are bracing for what it's going to cost them to buy tomatoes and then charge you for the tomato sauce. On July 14th, a nearly 3-decade-old U.S.-Mexico trade agreement may give way to 21% tariffs on most Mexican tomato imports. Now, this deadline could be delayed, as President Trump has often done. There's also recent chatter that Mexico and U.S. are working together, trying to find a cooperative solution with the tariffs. So maybe something is figured out that'll be a little gentler than 21% jump, 21% tariffs. And that's going to mean tomatoes are going to be either in short supply or very expensive. U.S. tomato prices could jump as soon as Monday, today, amid Mexico tariff threat. And some restaurants are saying it's going to cost a lot more for that plate of spaghetti if they can even stay in business. Teton County Search and Rescue, one of the elite search and rescue outfits in all the state, saying that they had their busiest 6-month period ever from December through May. And the way search and rescue call-outs go in Teton County and probably every other county is they'll peak in winter when you got skiers and snowmobilers who get lost or hurt and need rescue. And then they'll peak again in summer when you got a lot of hikers out there who will get lost or injured. Teton County Search and Rescue, busiest 6-month period ever between December 1st, 2024 and May 31 of this year. They logged 64 total calls for service. Previous high in that period was 57 calls. Teton County Search and Rescue, super busy. Chief Advisor Cody Lockhart told Cowboy State Daily, said, our winter season was not a record, but it was right up there toward the top. Good news is Search and Rescue, which is almost exclusively volunteer. There are some paid members including a helicopter pilot and some in upper management. But for the most part, it's just regular people who go to work at their day job and they bring a pager. Remember those? And when the call comes in, if they can respond, they do. And so far, Cody Lockhart said, despite the tremendous increase in call-outs, and he's expected to see a really busy summer, he said the team is always ready to go. Lockhart said, I would say we have here a strong group of community members who are engaged and willing to serve, and they're not burned out. That's not something we're seeing, Cody Lockhart said. Teton County Search and Rescue, always super busy and ready to respond. Hey, let's take a look at this celebrity chef, Vincent Fiore. Renee Jean writes his story about him. Vincent Fiore, creator of the award-winning cooking shows The Wise Guy Kitchen and Coast to Coast. He's coming to Cody to highlight cowboy cuisine for a new show he's hosting this fall. It's on Roku. It's called Cooking with Cowboys. And Fiore, who has achieved a certain amount of fame on the small screen for his cooking shows, insisted to producers, once he got the show green-lighted, he contacted Roku and Amazon, and he approached producers. Once he got the green light to go with the show, to do the show, Fiore said, I asked that the first episode be in Cody. Reason is, he said, Cody's been really good to me, and he wanted to give it back. He's the executive chef at the UXU Ranch outside of Cody. I'm excited to see this show, although I hope I can see it outside of Roku. I don't do the Roku thing, but hopefully it's on Amazon. Fiore's chosen quite an itinerary for the first show. In fact, it may be two shows. He's got too much material. He's going to be at the Irma Hotel, the Diamond View Ranch, Creekside Lodge, Buffalo Bill, Cody Scenic Byway, and the Buffalo Bill Center of the West. It's kind of a two-part or a two-component show. He said the show is not just about food. It's going to be about travel and basically educating the community on fun things to do across America for families. Fiore said, I have children and grandchildren, and he knows the importance of when folks are traveling as a family, where to eat, where to stay, where to go, what to see. And that's what this show is going to be all about. A new show from celebrity chef Vincent Fiore is going to be called Cooking with Cowboys, and the premiere will be in Cody, Wyoming, a place near and dear to Fiore's heart. Keep an eye out for that. That's Renee Jean with the story of the Cowboy State Daily. We'll take a quick break, come right back with maybe this day in history. Should we go there? Yeah, I think we should. We'll do that right after this short break.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains.
There's no sparks.
But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Monday, July 14. We're going to find out what happened on this day in history. Not much, honestly, on July 14th. So if you were thinking of doing something that would live in infamy, today would be a good day to do it. You'd slide right in. You would be our next entry in this day in history, July 14th, 2025, such and such happened. So, yeah, go ahead and do something important today. Hey, Robert says howdy from Ryan Park in Carbon County, Wyoming. Great place to go snowmobiling. How you doing, Robert? I hope the flies aren't too bad. I want to talk about flies in a minute. This has been like an insane fly summer. Has it not? Is it just me? Drew checks in from Northeast Ohio, wishing he was relaxing in Cody. Wish you were here too, Drew. Unless you don't like flies, because I even had to look it up. Like, I went on the Googler because the black flies are out now, and they're insane. Black flies are the kamikaze pilot of flies. They don't care. Like, at least with the house flies are the ones with, like, the red head. And listen to me, all of a sudden I'm an entomologist. I just talked to an actual entomologist the other day. We talked about the tiger beetle last week. And I should have asked, I should have him back on just to talk flies. And keep in mind, I am not a fly expert. I've killed tens of thousands of them in my lifetime, and I've killed about 5,000 of them this season. So that makes me an entomologist. That makes me an expert on flies. But I will use the assistance of the Googler to make sure I'm getting the correct species right. Your housefly, for me, and yeah, according to the Googler, is the one that is in your house, obviously, but it's also outside. And usually in Wyoming, it has like a red head. That's how I know it's your average housefly. It's got like black body, red head. It doesn't really bite. I'm looking at a photo. Yeah, this looks exactly like a housefly. Then there's the other fly is the green bottle fly. And you know this one, it's a blowfly. And this one you'll find it has to be near water. It needs water. I mean, it's all over Wyoming. As long as there's a water source within a few hundred yards, this kind of fly really needs to be around water. And this is another annoying fly. So you got the red one, that's your house fly. You got the green bottle blowfly. That's annoying. They're both annoying. And then this time of year in the mountains, back in June is the time of year when the black fly comes to the plains in Wyoming. But for me, I live in Jackson Hole, so the black fly comes in right about this time, like early July, for about 3 weeks. And a lot of people don't know the black fly because they don't know that's what it's called. And it's not really black. In fact, it's less black than the two flies I just mentioned, the green one and the red one. The house fly and the green bottle fly. Those look like black flies. Black fly almost seems like it's misnamed because it's kind of brownish and it's smaller than the two flies I just mentioned. It's a pretty small fly. Like it's between a mosquito and a fly, that kind of size. And this fly respects nothing. No amount of raid or no amount of DEET or no amount of insect repellent deters it. It doesn't care. You can soak yourself until you're glowing a strange orange color in DEET, and the black fly keeps coming. And it wants to get in your eye and ears. Oh, I think it's just horrible. It just dive bombs your face. And I call it the kamikaze pilot of flies because it's pretty killable. When you talk about the other flies and their evasiveness, when you go to slap them, you usually miss. They fly away. Not the black fly. Black fly is going to get on you and it's going to bite, and the bite can hurt and the bite will itch. But it's willing to sacrifice itself to be slapped. Like it, in the black fly's tiny mind, its sole purpose for life is to annoy you and to bite you. And it will give itself up to do that. Because you can slap them easy. They make no move to get out of the way. They just won't quit. They're relentless in their pursuit of biting a human. They're horrible. And then you got the horse flies. They'll be out pretty soon. Deer flies, horse flies, those are the bigger ones. They'll be out. They usually follow immediately the black fly. And their bite very much hurts. Ooh. So that's your fly lesson for the day. You didn't know you were in for that, did you? I bring up flies only because I'm reading this story in CNN. CNN's a, reputable news service, right? It's not like I'm getting this story from the tabloids when you're checking out at the grocery store. This is a real news, CNN. This headline, the U.S. has a plan to breed millions of flies and drop them from planes. Here's why, the headline says. And I read that and I had a little shiver went up my spine. Like, oh, more flies? Don't we have enough? This summer, I think, has been the most fly-y. Is that a word? Fly-y? It's really fly-y this year. Horrible fly season. And that's supposedly due to the wet spring and the flies hatching like crazy. But the U.S. plan to breed millions of flies when we already have millions. I'll tell you right now, United States government, I thought we were dodging. I thought we were cutting back on programs like this. Budget cut. If you want a bunch of flies, come to Wyoming and come and net them. You don't need to breed them. Actually, what they're doing, U.S. plans to breed millions of flies, drop them from planes, and this is to combat the New World screwworm, which, if you read about the life of this thing, it's a flesh-eating larva, a species of the blowfly, which we just talked about, that green one. And these screwworms are bad news, and they are so invasive with the larvae that they kill cattle and spread disease. And the potential of this fly invading the southwestern border of the United States, these screwworms are in all over Mexico. And they got to Mexico by first being all over Central America. In early 2023, infestations recorded in Panama, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Honduras, Guatemala, and now up in New Mexico. And the fly reached southern Mexico in November, sparking concern that the U.S. agriculture industry is worried and already has triggered the closure of several border area cattle, horse, and bison trading ports. So this awful screwworm is knocking at the door of our border. It wouldn't be the first time the U.S. has had to battle these invasive bugs. The nation mostly eradicated the New World screwworm population back in the 1960s and 70s. You know how we did it? Same way we're going to do it again, by breeding sterilized males and dispersing them from planes. And these sterilized males can't make fly babies. And they're going to get with female flies who don't know the difference. And they're going to get it on Marvin Gaye style. And they're going to make little No, they're not going to make anything. Sterilized male flies is what the U.S. did back in the 60s and 70s. Those males mated with females and produced no more screwworm flies. So that's the idea, to do it again. U.S. is working on millions of sterilized male screwworm flies. And they're going to drop them from planes, and hopefully we get rid of this New World screwworm. It is horrendous. Cowboy State Daily had a story about this threat to agriculture. I think that's a Jackie Dorothy story. Jackie will be on tomorrow. and we'll ask her. We'll ask her about this. And she did a story on it. That's how I first knew what a New World screwworm is. Ugh. Yeah, it's been a real fly season. What about where you are? Mostly I want to know Wyoming, but yeah, let me know. Share with us, 307-999-TALK, 307-999-8255. You can text that number anytime. When the show's on, 307, one area code in Wyoming. We talked about that earlier. 999-8255. Shoot me a text. Tell me if you've been bothered by flies like never before this summer. Flies have been awful. Awful. We're hitting top of the hour break. When we come back after that, we'll tell you why Torrington did not have a 4th of July fireworks celebration a few weeks ago, 10 days ago, and why they didn't have one the year before that. Torrington, they're not ready to do fireworks anytime soon. We'll tell you why. Oh, and we also do this day in history. I totally forgot to do it. I'll do it. We're getting to it. Yeah, not much happened this day. All this coming up at the Cowboy State Daily Show. Stay with us.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Corr. Controversy over unpopular proposed changes to Wyoming's landowner hunting tag policy could come to a head Tuesday when the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission meets in Casper. At issue is whether the commission should vote to raise minimum property requirements from 160 acres to 640 acres. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that opponents of the changes estimate that hundreds of landowners could show up ready to push back against the changes, which some claim could cut as many as 60 to 70% of the current allotment of landowner tags.
We reported earlier that the whole topic of the landowner tags changing to up the ownership requirements, that kind of seemed to have died down or been settled. I'm hearing now that really isn't the case. I've heard speculation there could be hundreds of people at that meeting in Casper, that it's going to be a doozy. Game and Fish commissioners are really going to be on the hot seat Tuesday.
The agency recently recommended that the commission should reject the proposed changes. However, the decision isn't the agency's call. That authority rests solely with the commission. More than 40 years ago, a young bank robber shot a 26-year-old Wyoming Highway State Patrol trooper and left him for dead. Looking back today, the robber, Mark Corbett, and the trooper, Steve Watt, recounted the events of that day to Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker in what they now see as God's hand in bringing them both together in ways that drastically altered the course of their lives.
He robbed a bank in Colorado. He encountered Steve Watt, who was a Wyoming trooper. So the trooper pulled him over, and as soon as he started to get out of his car, Mark shot him and left him for dead. But he was just being eaten alive by anger. He figured it was better to forgive him because he couldn't live with himself anymore. And then he started advocating for Mark's release from prison.
Largely owing to Watt's forgiveness, Corbett is one of 6 inmates who've had their sentences commuted under Governor Mark Gordon since he took office in 2019. Corbett has served 41 years in prison. High up in the Snowy Range Mountains, off-grid, out of cell phone range, and deep into black bear country at 9,500 feet, 2 old guys are building a cabin. Keeping busy in retirement is key to maintaining a healthy body and sharp mind, yet this enterprise seems destined to wreck what's left of their bodies. At least that's what Dave Simpson and Larry Ash told Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag.
We're talking about 2 guys that are 74 years old, hauling bags of 30-pound cement, lifting plywood over their heads, doing a lot of physical labor that seems for people this age to just be, frankly, a little bit too much. But it is the product of a long history and a long friendship that began in 1969.
While you may question if septuagenarians are wise to take on such a toilsome project, the image of these 2 lifelong friends rocking side by side after a long day's work seems to justify their undertaking, whether they survive the effort or not. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. and no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay and here for you.
Wyoming is home to some legendary mythical creatures, including Bigfoot and the jackalope. Another that could end up on that list is the swamp moose of the northern Wyoming Bighorn Mountains, spotted over the 4th of July weekend by several people driving on U.S. Highway 14. The elusive swamp moose is a bipedal creature covered in green camouflage with a single large antler prominently growing out of the top of its head. But Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi has uncovered the secret behind this particular mysterious creature, an 8-year-old prankster named Bridger Knox.
The Knox family had a ghillie suit that they had brought for another prank, and they found a moose antler, and they decided to make their own cryptid. And so the swamp moose was spotted wandering along fence lines and in and out of open fields in the Bighorns as Wyoming's newest cryptid. And you have to wonder what the people who were driving on the highway were thinking as they just rode past and saw a short little monster camouflage blended with this environment holding a moose antler over its head.
The elusive swamp moose was highly visible for about 2 hours. Bridger kept wandering the fields and fence lines near the campground until it was time for the mythical creature to disappear into the forest. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the Daily Newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days. They haven't drank anything. They're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud. Just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long. It was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
And we're back. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday, July 14. David Madison should be joining us shortly, if my calendar is correct. He's been hanging out in Ranchester, where he saw U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright cut the ribbon on a new mine, the first U.S. rare earth mine in 70 years, the Brook Mine. Ramaco is all excited about that. And why not? I mean, that attracted about 220 folks at the ribbon cutting back last Friday. We told you about that. Congresswoman Harriet Hageman was on hand. Governor Gordon was there. And Chris Wright was there. Chris Wright, Energy Secretary, does not get to Wyoming very often, from what I understand. So that was big news to have him there. David was there. The biggest celebrity there was David Madison, certainly. And here's Chris Wright had a few things to say. He spoke, and Chris Wright said, anything in your life that has a button, you start your car with a button, or your dishwasher, or your refrigerator, washing machine, or your F-35 jet fighter, of course, in the garage. All these things, Chris Wright said, have rare earth elements playing a critical role in the design and operation of these products. Rare earths, Chris Wright said, it's an industry that infiltrates everything with a button, which in the modern world is almost everything. Secretary of Energy Chris Wright added, this industry today is completely dominated by China. Completely. They don't mine all of it, Wright said, but even the stuff that's mined elsewhere has to be processed in China. China has a stranglehold on rare earths. Rare earths are necessary in so many things we use today. And Wyoming is poised to be a rare earth player. We have rare earths, and we're hoping to process them here in state. There's a new processing facility in Upton. Not nearly big enough to give China any kind of a threat, but we're getting there. It's the first step anyway toward processing our own rare earths. Another unique thing about this mine, from what I understand, that's up there outside of Ranchester, is it's a soft coal mine. And I would assume Ramaco will be in the process of mining coal and extracting from the soft coal the rare earths, because in the soft coal that's being mined, there are rare earths. It'll be unique, I don't know, first of its kind, but a unique way to get rare earths out of the soft coal. This could be a pretty large play as well, what we're learning. But yeah, that's exciting news. David Madison was there. Maybe David didn't get back. I don't know. I don't know where he is. He's supposed to be popping in right about now. I said I would tell you why Torrington doesn't do fireworks anymore. Torrington, the town of Torrington, had their fill of fireworks a few years ago. July 1st, 2020, about 6 in the afternoon, or 6 at night. Is 6 technically evening? I guess beginning in 6. Yeah, July 1st, 2020, just a few days short of the 4th of July. Fireworks being stored in the South Hall building in Pioneer Park, downtown Goshen County, downtown Torrington. When a big boom was heard and felt all over town. Boom. It definitely blew the roof off that building, said Fire Chief Louis Correa. He couldn't believe nobody was hurt in that blast. Neither could the mayor or anybody else. Huge explosion. Everybody heard it, if not felt it, but no injuries, which was a miracle. The area was surrounded by police tape for days after. Big blast. Estimated 300 fireworks were being stored there, ready for the fireworks show. And, yeah, they went off. I think they were going to get them. I think they were going to get the fireworks. Correa said, I think we had about 300 fireworks in the building. He's not sure the exact cause, but an accidental ignition obviously was determined to be the factor. Fireworks, when they go off one at a time, are reasonable. When they all go off at the same time, that's kaboom. And everybody saw the explosion, heard the explosion in Torrington, and unofficially, I think there's no actual policy, but in Torrington, they're just not ready to go there yet. This happened 5 years ago. July 1st, 2020, the explosion in Torrington in Goshen County, and Torrington's just ever since just not been ready and willing to have a fireworks show. They sort of learned a lesson, I guess. Too soon for Torrington. More folks joining us on the Facebooks. Bill says, good morning, Jake, from the Uinta Basin. And that is, that's an often overlooked area of Utah that's really amazing. I have been all over Utah. And southern Utah gets the big headlines, you know, Bryce Canyon, Zion Canyon. Love southern Utah. Northern Utah has a lot of dinosaur stuff. If you ever been to Price, Utah is like dinosaur capital. And then, of course, you got, you know, the metropolitan areas, Salt Lake, Ogden, and all the rest. But right there in sort of central north Utah is the Uinta Basin, where the Green River flows through. And there's a cool, it's south of Vernal. If you go to Vernal, Utah, and just go south, and there's no roads really, it's difficult to go south, but it's some country. Really cool. From Vernal to Ouray is some really neat Utah country. The Horseshoe Bend, the Green River takes a big horseshoe bend in there, meandering around the Uinta Basin. Gorgeous country. So yeah, I'm only a little jealous, Bill. You're in the Uinta Basin, but you know, we're in Wyoming. And we're the ones who sent you the Green River. You're welcome. I mean, it originated here, right? The Seedski D. David Madison, last call for David Madison. Bueller, going once, going twice. David has a story about how the Wyoming has just the one area code, 307, of course, one of 11 states that have just one area code. And David was able to find out that, in case you were worried that Wyoming would get a second area code, don't worry anytime soon. Heidi Wayman is the one in charge of giving out new area codes. And she told Cowboy State Daily reporter David Madison that the 307 should hold up for at least 20 years, maybe 30. They're just not a lot of new people with in need for a phone. It's all about the math and the 7 digits, your prefix, and then the 4 numbers of your phone number. It's all about the math. How many different variations of the 7 numbers could there be? Plenty for Wyoming to have just the one area code. Heidi Wayman leads data management for an outfit called North American Numbering Plan Administrator. They're a private contractor supervised by the Federal Communications Commission, and their sole purpose is to manage area codes. The FCC has got too much going on, I guess, to do it themselves. So they farm out the job of area code designation to North American Numbering Plan Administrator, and that's Heidi Wayman. Heidi said, yeah, you're good in Wyoming with the 307 for a couple decades at least. Unlike other states, California, Texas, Wayman said they have the highest number of area code assignments, California, Texas. Other states with just the one area code, Alaska. What is Alaska's area code? Montana has the 406, of course. Hawaii is the 808. What is Alaska? Greg Johnson would know this. Greg lived up in Alaska. Alaska is the 907. Okay. I didn't know that. Kind of like the 970 of Colorado. Alaska's 907 area code is safe until about the year 2049. That's the projection. The 907, one of 12 remaining area codes. So this must be old news, because from the story written by David Madison, we learned there's just 11 states with this single area code. So this Wikipedia entry could be outdated. One of only 12 states, but they don't go on to list the states. We know the states from David Madison's story as being Alaska with a 907, Delaware, Hawaii's 808, Maine is in the list, Montana with a 406, New Hampshire, North Dakota, Rhode Island, South Dakota, and Vermont, the only states with just the single area code, which is cool because it means you're small or you don't have very many people, one or the other. What else? Oh, yeah, I wanted to do this day in history, and then I'll take a quick break. This day, not too many things happen on July 14th, but notable things. How about the birth date of Owen Wister, one of the greatest authors? He authored The Virginian. He was born in Philadelphia on this day in 1860. It's sometimes claimed The Virginian, which if you've ever read it, is the first Western novel ever. It's not true, but it was probably the first serious Western that created the genre. Prior to that, there were sort of pulp fiction Westerns, but Wister's story, his novel, which was completely set in Wyoming, loosely based on events that gave rise to the Johnson County War, takes the cattleman's side in this piece of work, but a fantastic book, classic, The Virginian. Owen Wister, its author, was born on this day in 1860 in Philly. And on this day, 1891, Medal of Honor issued for Thomas Forsyth for his actions back in 1876, November 25th to be exact, when at Powder Creek, Forsyth was wounded, maintained his ground, held his ground, and then rescued his injured commanding officer and a comrade, all during an attack of Indians in 1876, Powder Creek, Wyoming. It was this day in 1891 that Forsyth received the Medal of Honor. And on this day in 1920, I wish I knew a little more about this. This kind of headline or this kind of brief mention begs more to the story. The Powder River Examiner, looking through the archives, a horse and rider were struck and killed near Powder River this day in 1920. And I am trying to look this up to find how a horse and rider were killed, obviously hit by a car. And I'm looking at the old archives, and I do see in the Powder River Examiner, the wreck is believed to have been caused by a blown front left tire on a semi. Wow, they had semi trucks? No. That's up for debate. But 1920, this day, horse and rider struck and killed near Powder River, Wyoming. All those things happen on this day in history. That's the complete list. And that means it's time to rodeo, the Western Ag Network and the Rodeo Roadshow.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen on my way to Salinas, California, the California Rodeo. Today, Rusty Wright from the famous Wright family, a 5-time national finalist. I asked him today about the pressure that is on him just because of his last name. A great answer from Rusty Wright on the Roadshow coming up.
Growers across the region have successfully planted another Molson Coors barley crop, and before too long, combines will be rolling through the Golden Right fields. Hi, this is Justine Paxton, a fourth-generation farmer from Basin, Wyoming. Bill Coors coined the phrase, barley is to beer as grapes are to wine, and he's right. That's why Molson Coors uses Moravian barley, a variety bred to be one of the highest quality and best yielding varieties available. We are proud to raise barley for Molson Coors, a company known for always supporting farmers in rural America.
It's rodeo time in Stanford. Don't miss the 61st annual C.M. Russell Stampede, July 19th and 20th at the Judith Basin County Fairgrounds. Saturday, July 19th kicks off with live music starting at 3, followed by the quick finish art auction at 5:30, featuring some of the Northwest's premier artists. Top off the day with a street dance as well. Then on Sunday, the 20th at 1:30, it's all-out PRCA rodeo action. Tickets are $12 in advance, $15 at the gate. Kids under 8, just $10. Come join the fun. Full details at cmrstampede.com.
I'm winning a little bit now, so getting back to the winning ways. Good attitude takes you a long ways.
That's exactly right. Talk about, is there pressure? I mean, the Wrights are the most famous family in rodeo. Is there pressure to be a Wright?
I think you can put that pressure on yourself, and I have in the past. But, if you look at it, the way you should, I think it should take pressure off you. You were from good stock, and you're capable. You've got all the ability in the world. So as long as you're doing the things it takes to win, and we know what it takes. We got to watch our dad do it for 20 years. So as long as you're doing the things that it takes to win, I haven't been putting no pressure on myself, unneeded pressure. So you could put it there, but I think it's an advantage, honestly, in my. As far as the mental side of things.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
Yeah.
That mental stuff.
Yeah, it is. Well, they say rodeo, just like any other sport, is 90% mental. And then the rest is between your ears.
Yeah. That's very... The oldest of 5 children from 2-time world champion Cody Wright and his wife Cherie, Rusty Wright, on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Back to the studio. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Yeah, thank you, Will. Thank you, Western Ag Network. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back with more on the Cowboy State Daily Show Monday edition.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that I would never be able to get over it and that my kids wouldn't have a father. I overdosed on heroin and I lived. And I started thinking, you know what? this isn't my story. For the longest time, fear held me back from ultimately being who I wanted to. I found the fatherhood program, and it was one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. My desire to change had finally outweighed my desire to stay the same. I felt powerless for so much of my life that it's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. For the first time, I finally feel like I'm exactly where I should be, where I want to be.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Had some folks reaching out wondering how you pronounce Opal, Wyoming. Tiny little town. Last time they did a census on it, I think there was like 60 people living there. Let me check that. Yeah, population 65. That's up 1 from the 2020 census. Wow. They're booming in Opal. Yes, it's true. We had somebody reach out and ask, how do you pronounce Opal? Tell me how you pronounce it. I've been told that you pronounce it O, like the letter O, and then pal, like he's a pal of mine. Opal, which is true. That's how they say the name in Opal. But they're pronouncing it wrong. But you can't, what are you going to tell 65 people in Opal that they're not saying their town right? It makes no sense why they pronounce it that way, but that's how they do. The town got its name when a Mr. Robinson, giving a tour of a ranch, suddenly stopped, picked up a peculiar stone, began to examine it, and said, "Hey, this is an opal." Other specimens later found in the area considered to be opals. Now an opal-rich area. Rich with opal, the stone, but not very rich with people. And the people who live there call their town Opal, with the emphasis on the O. Opal. Hey, welcome to Opal. But they're saying it wrong. If the town got its name from the stone, they're saying it wrong. Bah, you can't tell those people in Opal anything. This story from Science Alert, Science Magazine. A quantum breakthrough, which I think is taking place mainly in China, but sooner or later this quantum processing is going to be in all our devices. And it's going to make your devices 1,000 times faster. It's a whole different way to make your cell phone work, your computer, everything. And the old way was, from what I understand, and again, I'm not an entomologist or a scientist, but I like to pretend I am. The old way of doing things is kind of like how your radio works. You know, an transistor radio. It's transistors, and transistors need to be cooled. And yeah, this the new way of doing things is using quantum physics and this quantum processing, which is all the rage right now. Well, it's going to replace the silicon semiconductor in most of the components we've been using for decades now. The new alternative is going to be quantum processing. And here's how fast it's going to make your device compared to what you're using now. For instance, you'll be able to download the entire catalog of Netflix as it exists today. Let me make sure I got this right, because it sounds astounding. You'll be able to download every movie on Netflix. Like right now, if you download one movie, I mean, it would take, I don't know, depending on your speed, your processing speed and internet speed, would take 10 minutes, 15 minutes. The entire catalog of Netflix you could download in 10 seconds using this quantum breakthrough. Well, I can't wait. I hope I'm alive to see it. That sounds super fast. David said, got distracted. Okay, David. That's all right. It's a Monday. It's a Monday for all of us. More pronunciation questions. We heard someone pronounce Cheyenne as Kianini. Kianini. Well, I've never heard of that. Kianini. That don't sound right. Yeah, David, you missed your opportunity. You could come on maybe after Dale. Dale Killingback will be on here in a little bit. And yeah, maybe we can slot in David. We'll see. These supercar YouTubers that were speeding through Grand Teton National Park, Greg Johnson suggested there should be a heftier fine when you're doing more than just speeding, like when you're speeding speeding to the nth degree. These 6 men charged in connection with a luxury car racing tour were clocked in Grand Teton National Park with speeds up to 111 miles an hour. Grand Teton National Park. They were a group which was led by or included a social media influencer, Edmund Barsegian, has addresses in both Las Vegas, Nevada, and Glendale, California. He faces 4 misdemeanors in U.S. District Court for violating closures. So, in other words, they were driving their cars on closed roads, which is probably good because going that fast, the only accident they would cause is their own. Reckless driving, careless driving, and eluding police. Oh, that's a bad one. So these guys were racing their fancy luxury cars, including a modified Porsche 993 GT2, of which one of the guys explains on YouTube saying, this is the only car that's ever frightened me. You guys are about to experience what 600 wheel horsepower does. Yeah, I mean, it's just a group of guys who haven't grown up, who get their jollies out of racing these fancy luxury speed cars throughout the country. They were on a $14,000 tour. In other words, to be part of this luxury car rally called New Rally, you had to buck up 14 grand. And they traveled through Jackson Hole, Wyoming. They traveled through Montana, Idaho, Bellevue, Washington. The cars then went on to Park City, Moab, Utah, then Las Vegas. All of this 7-day rally. And during it, the cars were clocked at high speeds in Grand Teton National Park back on June 24th. High-end luxury cars caught, quote, drag racing on both lanes of Teton Park Road, creating a variety of hazardous driving conditions for other visitors, said park rangers. Rangers found the group initiated traffic stops. 12 rangers in all were involved in the operation. 2 vehicles were impounded. And it's just another day at the office for these guys who they do this for fun on social media, on YouTube. Race cars, allegedly. Clocked at speeds up to 111 miles an hour, allegedly. Crazy. Story from Claire McFarland is in the Cowboy State Daily. I got a special guest. Rhonda Chadwick is going to be with us in a moment. She's going to tell you how to archive maybe your family history, how maybe to create a family tree, go back in time. And at least she's an archivist, a professional archivist. And that's what she does, is archive things, getting things down digitally so you have record of whatever it is. She'll tell you how to do it. She's written a book about it. It'll be fun to talk to her. Rhonda Chadwick will be up here in just a bit. Let's take a quick break and get ready for her on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day's a new opportunity.
That's cool. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and we welcome into the conversation Rhonda Chadwick on a return visit. Rhonda is, of course, the experienced archivist. She's worked at numerous libraries, archives, and museums throughout the southern New England area, including Rhode Island Historical Society, the John Hay Library at Brown University, those Sophia Smith collections at Smith. She's done work for RISD and others. Rhonda owns a personal history business, and she's the author of the book Secret from the Stacks. This woman just archives like crazy. Always busy archiving. Rhonda's good to see you again. What's happening?
Yeah, thank you for having me on again. How are you?
I'm good. So the topic is always important. So I guess, archiving, whether you're doing that for your personal family history, maybe you're trying to build a family tree. People are getting into that now, that you can do the DNA testing and you want to learn more about stuff. I don't know if this is in your book, but let's start here. First let's start. Never mind. Let's start here. Before the digital age, before the ability to store things presumably forever in the cloud or digitally, what did archivists like you do to preserve history with just physical stuff? Like, how did you ensure that a document, a photo, would live for as long as it could live? How do you preserve something for time prior to the digital age?
Well, first of all, I want to clear up a misconception that, digital preservation is the be all and the end all, or an advancement over the material saving of things. Because the thing with the digital world is that it's not stable. Now, in the archives where they have staff and, they have more technology than an individual, we are getting to the point where we can store things just digitally. But for regular people, I don't recommend that. I do recommend it. I do want people to digitize everything because, we're looking at all these disasters that are going on around the country today. It's devastating. If you have a disaster and you've digitized all your photographs and your documents, like birth certificates and things like that, then if you have a natural disaster, then all is not lost. But for long-term preservation, digital preservation is difficult. And what we did before digital is, the most important thing in an archive is the environment. Having things in a good environment, temperature controls. We want to keep it around 68 degrees. We don't want to get too warm. It's not good to get too cold either. And we want the humidity in like the 50s. And that's one of the main things that archivists do, or archives, I'll say, do to preserve things long term. There's a lot more to it. There's storage materials. You want to make sure you have good storage materials, like good boxes, good plastic, things like that. We want to do those things too, but the environment is really the key.
Here's a question for you. Whether we're talking about digital or physical, one thing that drives me crazy when I go back and try to research something from history is I'll see a photo, a great old black and white photo, And photos tell a story. A photo's worth 1,000 words, but sometimes it needs words. The greatest the photo is, there's no metadata, there's no caption. I don't know where it was taken, when it was taken, or what the subject is. If you're an archivist, boy, that has to be high on the list, right? Document the photos
and everything else.
Yeah.
I have, actually, it's right here. I could pull it down. I have a washboard that my great grandmother used. Her husband left her for 2 years. This is like at the turn of the last century. And she did laundry for college students to support herself and her children. So that washboard is very significant to my family. If I don't have that story attached to it, then it's just, it's nothing really. It's not important. Nobody's going to save it. So it is very important. Now, there is a problem with, identifying photographs or putting the metadata on it, especially digital. First of all, we don't have a lot of room. But if you do it inside a program, that can be problematic. There is a working group, a family history working group that is a nonprofit, just a group of people in this field who are trying to, do things so that you don't lose your metadata if it goes outside that program. Because even if you upload things to the web or to like Facebook, something like that, your metadata gets stripped from it. And so, they're trying to do that. My recommendation, I have a couple of recommendations. One is to do your description on the actual photograph and use in a Windows environment, well, even on a Mac environment, you can use folders that would say, like I took a trip one time, it's like, I went to 3 different places. It's like I had a folder for each of the different countries I went to. I had a folder for each of the places I went to. So just those folders alone kind of told where it was and everything, like what tour I was on. And then I could describe the actual picture if I wanted. Another thing to do is you could just write a description, put it in the folder with those photographs. This photo was this photo is that. Save it as a PDF. PDF-A is better, but PDF is good.
Yeah. We're talking to Rhonda Chadwick, noted archivist. She wrote a book that you can see that in her background if you're watching, by the way, Secrets from the Stacks. An archivist reveals how to store, digitize, and preserve documents to create a family archive and leave a personal legacy. Let me ask you this, Rhonda. An archivist, I think of an archivist as someone who is simply capturing and organizing history. But in some ways, you also have to tell history, because if this history, if you do your job well, whatever you're archiving can last decades, if not centuries. And what we found through time is we've forgotten, like, even if it's a tool or an implement, 80, 100 years later, we don't even remember what it was used for. What is this thing? How often does an archivist have to remember this is in this era, so I may have to explain some things? Whether it's a period where, for instance, women were discounted. Women, blacks during slavery, Native Americans were often discounted in their time. Women, often, if you go back and look up a woman from 150 years ago, she wasn't given a first name. She was just the wife of, how often do you have...
She was Mrs. So-and-so.
Yeah. So an archivist has to remember that this is going to live in another time. What should I be thinking about?
I try to get my patrons, people who would buy my book or come to my library lectures, to think about that. And I created when I'm in the archives, I'm thinking of my future researcher. So when I started doing this for regular people, I'm like, okay, who's their future researcher? It's really a future descendant. And so what I try to get them to think about is the first person who is born after the last person has known you directly has died. And I have a little formula for that. I'm not going to get into it because it takes too long and we don't have a lot of time here. So, but I end up naming that person baby 2135 because if you're born in 1945, that's who it would be. So I want you to think about that, not your children and your grandchildren, to think beyond that, because you're exactly right. You are going to describe things very differently than you would if you were doing it to your grandchildren or your children who know, yes, what that implement is or whatever. But, part of the job of an archivist is to make those decisions about what to keep and what not to keep, and to be thinking about what would be important. I worked on a collection where, we just had boxes and boxes of documents on health insurance and pension plans. I mean, the complexity of it was unbelievable. And with some of like the Blue Cross and everything, I was like, we don't really need this. And I thought to myself, yeah, but maybe in 100 years from now, we will have like socialized medicine. And to see what a business had to go through to maintain health insurance for their employees would be relevant. So I kept it all. Even though it was boring, I kept it all.
Yeah.
So what we say in the archives too, and what I want people to think about with their family is we want to save things that have enduring value. We don't want to save everything, but think of what tells the story of you and your family and what has enduring value. And those are the things you want to save.
Organizing history, telling history, important to an archivist. But also the preservation of history, because things like we're seeing wildfires, the North Rim of the Grand Canyon, the historic lodge just burned down, Texas floods. I just read where this 94-year-old woman lost her home in the Texas flood. So as an archivist, you think there's almost nothing that's too benign. Even a photograph of your house, it might be gone tomorrow.
Well, I think our photographs, for most people, that is the largest part of their collection. I think, again, those birth certificates, legal documents, marriage certificates, those kinds of things are also important because we do have the artifacts like that. I was telling you the washboard I have of my great-grandmother. Things like that, I would take a picture of it. Now, like the best thing you could do, we had the wildfires or the fires in LA last year, which was, the thing about the fires in LA was that it's a city. It's a huge city. It's not out in the boonies somewhere. And so, it was just devastating to think of what was lost. And, with a flood and a tornado and a hurricane, there's usually things that you can save. Not everything is destroyed all the time, but in a fire, that's it. So with any documents that you have, you want to digitize them and you want to have them in the cloud. But what we say is backup 3-2-1, 3 places, 2 local, which would kind of be like your computer, and then maybe a thumb drive, and then the 3rd in the cloud. You don't want to have it just in the cloud. It has happened to people where the cloud is a business and they pull the plug and people have lost everything. So we want to have things in 3 places. And I also want people to have things digitally for those reasons, because digital is so easy to share, but I also want them to have print copies as well, which includes the print, the digital, the born digital things. We want to print some of those things out that are really important and have enduring value. Not every picture you take, because we know we take pictures of everything these days, but the wedding pictures, the christenings, things like that.
I'm glad you mentioned that, the 3-2-1 rule, because for me, I was thinking if you digitize it and you put it in the cloud, it's forever. You always have it. But as Rhonda points out, that should be just one of your backups, because, there's no guarantee on that either. Hey, tell me about your website, how we go to learn more. Everybody run out, buy the book at your local bookstore, Amazon, Secret from the Stacks, Rhonda Chadwick. And you also have a website named for some of your heritage. Mother, grandmother.
My grandmother and my great-grandmother. So it's Lena Stalina.
Cool.
Excuse me. It's LenaSalina.com.
Excellent. Yeah, learn more about Rhonda and the archiving. Thank you, Rhonda. We're going to archive this show. It's going to live on YouTube for a certain amount of time, but you never know. Actually, we used to archive our shows on Vimeo, and then we changed platforms, and they're all gone. So
that's right.
Oh,
and
man.
how long is YouTube going to be around?
Right.
100 years from now? We don't know.
We don't know.
Facebook says they're going to be around forever, but my thought is what happens when Mark Zuckerberg dies.
Yeah.
We don't know what's going to happen. So thank you so much for having me on your show again. I appreciate it.
The only guarantee in preserving history is have Rhonda do it for you. Rhonda Chadwick, yeah thank you. Right. Have a great Monday.
Thank you.
Cowboy State Daily show continues here on a Monday. Awesome having Rhonda Chadwick join us again. Learn more about what she does, legacy preservation, on LenaSalina.com. She's the author of Secret from the Stacks. She'll tell you how to, maybe put together a family history, a family archive that'll live decades, centuries later. Top of the hour news break coming up. And then, we'll rejoin you. We'll be back on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Someone slides through an icy intersection and collides with your car. What do? Well, if you're Brian Pedersen, a Cheyenne financial advisor, you buy the other driver, who was at fault, a new car. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson spoke to Pedersen, who realized that the young girl behind the wheel was more traumatized than he was.
This wasn't some kid just out joyriding. She was dressed nice. She was on her way home from church. So this is a genuinely good kid, 4.0 student. She already worked to buy this car. So he put out a few feelers to his Facebook friends, and they all popped in and said, sure, we'll donate. And he put in a few $1,000s. And they got almost $15,000. And he bought her a new car.
The story of Pedersen and Gracie caught the attention of CBS Mornings and was featured on the show last Monday. While Gracie is a little overwhelmed by the attention the national television story has brought, it's a story Pedersen said shouldn't be about him. He says it's about a good, upstanding young woman who needed a break. Juan Reyes knew nothing about the American West, cowboys, or the United States when he arrived in Florida in 1962 at age 11. He was part of a secret exodus facilitated by the Catholic Church to get young Cubans off the communist-controlled island. But Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that Reyes, now 74, has spent decades riding Wyoming's open ranges as one of the state's successful and respected ranchers, running M.R. Angus Ranch near Wheatland.
Was attending a college in Washington, helped a buddy go to UW, and when he got to Wyoming, he decided, I love it here. And so he transferred to UW, met the wife at UW. She had 12 registered Angus cows, and so they got married eventually, took those Angus cows, and in a long story, very short, they started their ranching career.
Reyes was recently named as one of 2 people who will be inducted this year into the Wyoming Agriculture Hall of Fame. It's been nearly 3 decades since a 27-year-old Maryland man disappeared in the Wyoming mountains during a week-long camping and fishing trip with friends. David Crouch had been camping in the Wind River Range in late August 1997 and was last seen on the banks of Island Lake with a fishing rod in hand. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker spoke to former Sublette County Sheriff Hank Ruland, who was the lead investigator on the search for Crouch. He said he still vividly remembers it to this day, nearly 30 years later, along with other unsolved unsolved cases that still haunt him.
Hank Ruland is one of those retired lawmen who his career is still with him. These stories, the people who went missing, are still very much part of his memory. With Hank's memory, he's able to keep all of these cases alive in some ways too, and he hasn't forgotten them. And when I contacted him, he was very eager to advocate both that somebody take a second look at him and to keep these people's names in the collective memory.
To date, other than one potential sighting by hikers, no trace of Crouch or his fishing pole have been located in the decades since he disappeared. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay and here for you.
Rising out of rich pasture land in southeastern Wyoming, a 60-foot-high pyramid known as the Ames Monument is an architectural oddity even many Wyomingites know little about. The pyramid was built from massive granite blocks and completed in 1882 to honor Oakes and Oliver Ames, key dealmakers in the completion of the first transcontinental railroad. But Cowboy State Daily's Zachary Sontag reports that the monument didn't end up being as visible as planners hoped.
In kind of a bit of an ironic twist, they moved the rail line, and the monument has ever since more or less been out of sight, out of mind. For a long time, these chambers were open and passerby could go in there, and they could even carve things on the walls. And then in the 1980s, they closed it off, and it was more or less intended to stay closed forever. But the great-great-great-granddaughter of Oakes Ames, Annalee Ames Robinson, was bent on getting inside the monument. And when she finally made it in, it was one of the highlights of her life.
Robinson may be the last person of this century to experience the inner chambers of the Ames Monument. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams, refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Cowboy State Daily show on a Monday. Dale Killingback in the room. He's written a couple of great studies. These are my favorite over the weekend, Dale.
Really? There was some great stuff over the weekend, Jake.
Yeah. Let's start with this guy. There's no way I would have ever guessed he is from Cuba and grew up in the Fidel Castro communist Cuba, Bay of Pigs, that era. He was 11 years old when he got out of there. Thankfully, a program was able to rescue him out of there. He comes to Wyoming, and he's now a Hall of Fame rancher in the Wyoming Ag Hall of Fame. I mean, he's just a Wyoming rancher, like through and through, but he's really a Cuban. Juan Reyes. Wow.
Yeah, what a terrific story, about somebody that overcame all odds, and is really an example. What's really cool, Jake, is I've been getting emails from people that are Cuban from Florida, just thanking us for the story. So Juan is just somebody that, 11 years old. He said the Bay of Pigs, he just lived down the road from where the Bay of Pigs invasion happened. And he said it split his family. His mom's side was pro-communist and his dad's side was Catholic and against the communists. And that's how, through the Catholic Church, they were able to escape Cuba and ended up in Eastern Washington State, grew up there in a Catholic school, but became involved with friends that had a wheat ranch there, and then ends up helps a friend go to UW, to move to UW, experiences Wyoming and says, I'm staying here, and so makes Wyoming his home state, meets his future wife. She has 12 registered Angus cows, and they eventually get married. And just, one of those stories where, he's helping a guy guide on a hunt, and the guy that they're guiding says, hey, I'd like to buy a Wyoming ranch sometime. And so Juan just says, well, hey, if you do, I'd like to manage it for you, and ends up exactly doing that, marrying his wife and starting this Angus operation that has become a tremendous success.
Yeah, Juan's not unlike a lot of us. Once we laid eyes on Wyoming, we're like, that's our forever place, man. This is it. He had experience back in Cuba on ranching and farming, riding horses. Like, he knew how to do all this stuff.
Yeah, he said his dad had a few cows, and they used horses to get around. They were in a very rural part of Cuba, but, the horses were getting around in the swamp with alligators and all that kind of stuff, too. Not exactly like Wyoming geography, He
was probably more than happy to give that part of it up. But it didn't start perfectly. He and the wife, the cows, what happened? The cows all died because it was too high elevation and they had like blood circulation problems. What happened?
Well, her cows did really well, but he bought cows out of Montana, and they all had this pulmonary, I guess, hypertension, because of being in tie siding at 8,000 feet. They were dying on them, and so he said they started working with Colorado State University, and now he specializes, in raising these bulls that are good for really high altitude ranching.
And so where do we find Juan these days?
He is in Wheatland, and they have not only do they do bulls, but they also have a big feedlot where up to 7,000 head. They have a lot of heifers that they keep for people over the winter, so that they're a lot stronger for breeding. So just he's had a really, really good ideas in agriculture that have really made him a success, and that's what people have said about him. And that's why he's in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Exile from Fidel Castro's communist Cuba when he was 11, and now a Wyoming Rancher Hall of Fame. Is awesome, Dale. Great story. Here's a story about two guys, both of them famous in their own right. And if you at all dabble with know art and Western painting and Western artwork, go to the National Museum of Wildlife Art. They're all about wildlife artist Carl Rungius, famous German artist who, he captured all kinds of Western stuff, was in Wyoming all the time. And then Albert Nelson he's an outdoor dude if there ever was one. Pioneering game warden, Wyoming's first game warden, lived in my neck of the woods in Jackson Hole. How did these two ever meet? And the meeting producing an incredible story.
Yeah, well, apparently they met, when Rungius first showed up. I'm assuming, what his great grandson was telling me was that he thinks they met, just because Rungius shows up and Albert's, the outdoors guy and guide and all that kind of stuff. And so he's probably guiding him back in the late 1890s, and then one day, according to the story, they were out looking for train robbers from the southern part of the state. And when Runga's horse gets thrown, or he throws him, and then he breaks his leg. And so somehow they patch up his leg or whatever. They get him to a doctor. The doctor sets the leg wrong. And apparently the doctor was drunk. That's what the story is. And so Rungus asked Albert Nelson, hey, you're a specialist in doing taxidermy. So do you think you can set my leg? And so he says, sure. so that he set his leg, so that was correct. And apparently it healed really well. And so he rewards them. The funny story is he rewards them with this painting, and he sends him the painting by mail after he leaves. I don't know how long it was, but he sends him this painting, and it's just sitting in the post office for almost over a year, maybe a couple years. We don't know, but it's in the post office, and the postmaster's telling him, hey, if you don't pick this thing, if you don't pick this thing up, I'm going to throw it away. Because he thought it was a calendar. That's what, the family is. Turns out to be this Carl Rungius.
Right. Now, at that time, Rungius, maybe, his works weren't trading for what they do now. So maybe you just think, oh, that's nice. He gave me a painting. But you were talking about tens of hundreds of thousands of dollars Rungius works go for now. So holy cow. Eventually, the family, the game warden's family, they realized what they had, and they reached a certain point where they just couldn't resist the temptation to sell for money. And now, where is that painting today?
I'm told that it's with a collector in Arizona. So they have had the painting restored, and it's maybe on their living room wall.
Yeah, and depending on what it is that Rungius painted, what his subject was, and depending on, I'm sure, a lot of factors in the art world, that decides whether a painting is worth more than another. But in this case, it was interesting what National Museum of Wildlife Art's Adam Harris had to say. He said it might be sort of a rare work because of when Rungius would visit Wyoming, and probably very rarely saw elk in velvet and trying to rub the velvet. That's what the painting is, right? The elk's rubbing his antlers.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And that was, to me, that was really an interesting observation, when they're doing that. And typically Rungius wasn't around at that time. So, and he thinks he's pinpointed where that might have happened, up in, I think he said around the Wind River Range, around that area. But so that was, the fact that you can look at a painting and be able to determine, first think about, when that was happening and where Rungus was at the time. And then, exactly where that might have been, he might have seen that to paint it.
Yeah, certainly if you're an art seller, you would talk that up like this is rare. Rungus would have hardly ever seen the elk and velvet. But it is cool to learn that. Albert Nelson, I mean, that guy, he's legendary in my mind around here. So, yeah, to hear how the game warden outdoors guy and how one of the greatest wildlife artists in history got together. That's incredible. All over a broken leg and a gifted painting. Let's see if you can make some sense out of this. You made sense out of that historic job. I'm lost as to what's happening with the Cheyenne man who made a bomb threat. He's now he might get a more relaxed sentence because he's going to be working, testifying against, there's a female roommate. I'm a little mixed up in this story. 44-year-old Cheyenne man pleads guilty Thursday to calling in a bomb threat. He's in trouble for something else as well. Unravel this for me.
Yeah, that's a story that is very perplexing, Jake.
It's like Jerry Springer all over again. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, so this guy, they're calling her an acquaintance, but she's actually from Colorado. And so he has a roommate that's a 59-year-old woman that apparently has some issues. And so the story is, according to the police affidavit, is that his friend from Colorado, this woman from Colorado, they steal his roommate's identity and buy donuts, TV, and all these other things with that. But so his friend from Colorado was alleged to have stolen ID and committed fraud with that by buying things, right? Well, she was on trial earlier last year for the same thing, for stealing somebody's ID and for using that ID and information to buy things. So during her trial last year, she has him call in a bomb threat while the jury is about to assemble to try her in the courthouse. And so it didn't work because after they tracked down the phone number and saw who called it in and they understood who was on trial, they brought in the bomb dogs and they wasted some time with the bomb dogs, but they didn't call off the trial and she was convicted. So
yeah,
but now she's facing those charges involving this guy's roommate, and he has copped a plea deal where he's going to testify against her, supposedly.
Okay, so he's like, I'll help you out with the case against her, and I'll admit that I called in the bomb threat. It was her idea, harebrained idea. I don't know what kind of bomb threat cancels a trial. I mean, it's just going to delay the jury debate, but yeah. All right. Well, now we know. Thanks, Dale. Have a super great Monday. Thanks for the stories over the weekend. Fantastic.
Hey, thanks, Jake. You have a great week. A great day.
You too. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We'll get David Madison, who is going to rejoin us here in a moment. Let's take a quick break and we'll get David in here. To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About Crowheart and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker. New from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please. I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Is David Madison creeping up on you?
Trying to get my moving a little slow this morning, trying to make sure my shirt's not all rumpled.
You're looking good.
Thank you.
Sounding good. David Madison joins us, and we've been talking about one of his stories all morning. My favorite story of the day, honestly, for a couple reasons. Wyoming has the one area code, 307. Most of us know that. Montana also with the 406. How did this even come into your brain, David, to do a story about this single area code and how long it might last?
Well, it was a team effort. We were talking about how Colorado just keeps adding area codes.
Yeah.
And area codes have taken on an interesting life of their own as shorthand for a localism. And I saw it in Hawaii. 808 is everywhere. Here in Montana, there's the 406 brewery, the 406 this and that. I mean, it's quite important to a lot of folks. And so, I started digging into it. And then when I went to the Secretary of State's office and pulled up the number of businesses that have 307 just at the beginning of the name of their business, it's like 920 entities.
No. Wow.
So and then tons of people called me back on this one. Like after the story had gone out, I was still getting callbacks from business owners saying, "Hey, I want to talk about my business." So thanks to everybody if anyone's listening, thanks for getting back to me. Yeah, it's that shorthand for you understand what it means to live in this place, that you have an allegiance to this place. And I guess the good news is that even if Wyoming one day gets a second area code, which is probably a couple decades away, it'll just overlay on top of the existing 307. So we're not going to ever lose our 307 numbers. The newcomers will be quickly identified by being the ones with the new area code.
By being those Johnny-come-lately losers. You got to be here early, man. I don't say you have to homestead, but you got to be here early enough to get the 307, right?
Yeah, and it's funny, yeah. The how much we put, how that localness and I think there's a feeling that the West is filling up too fast, and so I hope that the story brought some relief to those who when they think of the 307, they still think about the Wyoming, the one small town with really long streets feeling. And it's amazing how emotional people got in the conversations and about the question of, well, why did you choose 307? It was sort of like, well, why wouldn't I? There was an obviousness to it to pick that for their business name. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, you answer the elephant in the room question right in the headline. 307 safe as Wyoming's only area code for at least another 20 years. So breathe a sigh of relief. And now we can dig in and learn more. And I think we knew that the area code for Wyoming, when you have only one, is used for branding and marketing purposes, because sooner or later you run out of, calling something Wyoming or the Cowboy state something, if whatever you're selling, your business. 307's convenient way to brand for Wyoming, same as 406, same as 808 for Hawaii. And then we learn all these other jewel tidbits, like how many states have just the one area code. If I had to guess, I would think maybe 4, but it's like 11, right?
Yeah. I guess in Delaware, right? Is that one of them? I don't know.
Yeah. You have to be little or not very populated.
Yeah. I mean, and then, there's this whole world of how that is managed. I didn't know anything about that. There's this organization that is the contract that goes out through the Federal Communications Commission. And the person who runs it, picked up the phone. And that was great. So I had a good interview with her and kind of learned the science behind the numerical sciences behind when you have to come and create a new area code. I hope that I hope we all take it in good fun, like, because everyone wants to close the door behind them when they move to a Western state, but I hope that the newcomers do not feel alienated by this story. It's really just it's an expression of nostalgia, and we all just kind of jealously want to have our best experiences in the wide open West replicated for the rest of our lives. But this story also is a reminder that everything's growing around us.
It was eye-opening to learn the FCC contracts that out. I don't know why they couldn't do it, but Heidi Wayman, who you talked to, she's the one who figures out in the 7 digits, your prefix and then the 4 numbers. And there's certain amount of, until you're exhausted, certain amount of ways those numbers can work out. And then you're going to need a new area code. It's Heidi Wayman who gets to decide when. That's so cool. And when she decides when is important, I know for some people use their area code as a badge of honor. For instance, in New York City, if you got one of the old legacy 212s, that's important. The 310 in LA, 415 in the Bay Area. To have these area code numbers, it's people use them as I don't know, a badge of honor, I guess.
Oh, and I know certain industries, if you work in tech, that you'd want certain area codes on your cell phone. Nowadays, it doesn't seem as important, but I have friends in the entertainment industry who, spent just a little bit of time in LA, but while they're there, they made sure they got the 310 because they thought it helped their resume. That when someone would go to hire, they would take you more seriously because you have an LA prefix. I think that's less and less so. I wonder, because I have a 406. I wonder if I would get more callbacks in Wyoming if I changed my number to 307 or created one. So when it comes across, I'm not this Montana guy. We'll see. I could do an experiment, I guess.
Yeah, because you live, you're jump over the border. You live half in Wyoming. In fact, you were in Wyoming the other day, huh? Did you?
Yeah.
You
what
went
a great trip.
The rare earth mine. How was that? Was that fun?
Oh, it was a super good time. Yeah, I these press events can be a little canned, and they, it wasn't, what was said was not terribly surprising. It was very boosterish for the industry, but it was big news. First time in 70 years, a new rare earth mine was officially open. And so we had this energy secretary there who's the ball of energy himself. And it was really interesting to see the press gaggle. There were industry press there, like from the mining industry newspapers or magazines out of Denver, to a guy from Japan who's really interested in rare earths because his country faces the same issue where over-reliance on Chinese supply. And then just to see the enthusiasm of the locals, where they've been watching this space for a long time, and to finally see this mine move forward and have a new life, because it was one of the early coal mines in Wyoming. And I met a guy whose grandfather had worked in the original mine, and the sun came out, the rain went away. It was just a good experience all around. And I hope that, maybe I can, return to those sources. I hope I'm able to interview Joe Manchin again and interview the secretary again. That's one of the great things about working in a small state is I got some time with those leaders on the ground there. Also the governor, and so I'm going to be producing some kind of second story because I have so much material from that trip. I'm not sure what it's going to be. I got to go through the transcripts, but probably something on the secretary, my conversation with the secretary, my conversation with Joe Manchin. So what does it mean for Wyoming? Well, the best case scenario is that this is the beginning of a rare earth industry. And we do have, 4 other companies, I think, around the state that are trying to develop mines as well. And what the idea that was floated among some during that event was, can Wyoming become the full spectrum? Can we start refining these rare earths, and then can we start building the magnets themselves? Or the end product that rare earths are needed for. The line that stuck out to me was the Secretary of Energy said, if it has a button in our modern lives, then it needs rare earth elements. And so, is this really the first domino to fall for a whole new manufacturing and mining and real boost to the local economy? We will see. There's definitely critics too. I get emails that I haven't been able to report or fact check, but who are really skeptical. There's certainly skeptics that don't believe the hype, or from their point of view. And we may be reporting on that later. But for now, it sounds like Ramaco really has gotten an edge here, getting things moving, and has got the right people on their side to move things forward. So, we'll continue to cover that.
Ramaco's ribbon cutting for the Brook Mine was last Friday, and we asked Donde to keep the rain away for just enough time. Looks like he did. And I did like that quote from Secretary Wright to put it in perspective. We keep hearing rare earths. What are they? They all end in IUM, all these, like it's something. But like, what does it mean? He really summed it up. He's like, let's just say this: you've used a rare earth already today. You started your car, your refrigerator, your washing machine. You did something that needed rare earth, and he did point to domestic production, whether it's mining, the extraction, and definitely the processing. The industry right now completely dominated by China. Completely, right, Seth?
Indeed. Yeah, that was further proof. Like I said, the Japanese reporter was there, and he and I had a little conversation about that. Same kind of, it was a reaction was like, I said, well, why are you here? And he says, it was almost like, it's obvious why I should be here. This is a big deal for, the all kinds of industries back in Japan. And so he's based in, his name's Ken. He's based in DC, but covers the US for Asahi, the big newspaper in Japan. We were just brainstorming with the editors about how to do more coverage on this. There's 2 companies in Upton. There's one near Wheatland. And so Wyoming is really carving out a place for itself in rare earths. And especially with this place, I think it's really the only place right now that's extracting them from coal. That you're getting this twofer effect of being able to mine low sulfur coal, but then pull the rare earths out of that ore. Yeah, that seems really attractive and pretty unique to this play, is the soft coal. And then, let's pull some rare earths out of this while we're here. Yeah, super cool. What else you working on? And keep that 406. I think people in the 307 know the 406 is just like our brother up north, what's happening? What's on your plate? Well, I've had a good time getting to know Matt Skoglund, who runs North Bridger Bison Ranch. Oh. So the Bearded Bison Advocate, it's a feature. It just came out yesterday, I think. And, what's happening in agriculture, I mean, it's not news to a lot of folks, but I think popularly, kind of the big picture, I think the popular conscious is coming around to noticing that ranchers are really going out of their way to do practices that follow this biomimicry principle. So plants, birds, insects, all evolved on the Western plains with a big grazing animal that would come and disturb an area for a while, do its business. He told me the bison rancher says, if you see a bison's tail go up, it's either going to charge or discharge.
Ah, nice.
And that all feeds into the ecosystem there. And so there are bee species that are coming back because the bison are there. There are bird species that are coming back. And so I just love hearing about how someone is able to apply their entrepreneurial spirit and ambition to something that helps the land, that creates a business and produces delicious food. And so he's one of many in Montana. There's this other organization called the Old Salt Co-op, which is a collective of sustainably run ranches. And these are the oldest ranches in Montana. Like the great-grandson of the original rancher is now on the range and trying to apply the best science so he can pass the ranch on to another generation. And it's fascinating to learn about. There's this one called Montana Ranch Hers, which is a women-run organization up near Lewistown, and they're doing a lot of direct-to-consumer. All these operations are doing a lot of direct-to-consumer healthy beef shipments. And so anyway, I thought it was time to just check in on this guy who is right outside of Bozeman and just in the most just right out of central casting setting with the mountains in the backdrop and he's a big, loud character, Matt Skoglund. So anyway, yeah, that was a fun one. Please give it a read.
Matt Skoglund, Bearded Bison Advocate, and practicing what is the term? Regenerative agriculture.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy. All right. Cool. Yeah. Good stories.
Yeah, we're trying to that beat. I hope to stay on. It's and to find examples in Wyoming too. I know what's happening there.
Bison ranching, I hear, is just like domestic cattle ranching, only everything's bigger, stronger, taller. Bison are, if they don't want to be in an enclosure, then they won't be. They're big.
Right. You don't just walk up to the bison.
Yeah. Thanks, David. Have a great Monday.
All right. See you next Monday on time this time.
You bet. David Madison, Cowboy State Daily. More coming up. Wyoming Game and Fish Minute. And lots more. Stay with us. It's the Cowboy State Daily Show Radio Network.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, WyoLotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
On our topic of area codes, we have listeners chiming in with their own area codes of where they're listening today. Jolo is in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. We know that because Jolo is chiming in from the 906. How you doing up there in the 906? Up in the... She's one of them Youpers. Jalen drops in from Alaska, which is the 907, and one of those states, yes, one of the 11 that has just one area code up there in the 907 of Alaska, which, if you're to believe Wikipedia, the 907 will hold up until at least the year 2049, according to the calculations, expected population increase, and the combination of numbers that can be used, the 7 digits and the different ways they can appear. Alaska, you're going to have your 907 right up till nearly 2050. Maybe longer, because who's moving to Alaska? I know a lot of folks do, and then they don't stay long. I don't know why. Maybe it's too cold, too many bugs. Thanks for letting us know where you're listening from. Story of the Cowboy State Daily. The Grand Tetons are falling apart again. It was a little over a year ago, I think, that the second tower on the Grand Teton, if you look at the profile of the Grand and the Tetons, the second tower had a piece fall off of it September 22. I remember that. And now word is that more of it is crumbling away, the second tower. It'll change the profile. It'll change a little bit. I mean, I can barely notice what has changed, but mountaineers and maybe some artists who spent a lot of time looking at the Tetons would recognize the difference. But the story in the Cowboy State Daily by Andrew Rossi says a section of the second tower has fallen off again, another chunk of the Grand Teton's second tower. Climbing experts recommend you just don't spend any time in there. Jenny Lake Rangers search and rescue teams say multiple major spontaneous rock falls in that area make it a place you just kind of want to avoid. The group said in a statement, the Jenny Lake Rangers said the second tower specifically is now a repeat offender. In September of 2022, significantly larger portion of the formation collapsed. At this time, it is not known if the East Ridge climbing route has been impacted, but rangers say, look, just stay out of that area. It's not worth climbing. A lot of people who climb a lot have already summited that way, whether it's TP Pillar or the this second tower. A lot of folks have been there and done that, and that's probably a good thing because it's been crumbling away, and it's blamed on, of course, the freeze-thaw effect of winter. Water gets into the cracks in the rock and freezes and breaks it up, and then in the spring, you see that melt and the rocks start to give way. Well, we shouldn't be surprised at this, right? NBC News reporting that researchers with NBC, the NBC News Price Tracker, have found that when deep discounts are reported at places like Amazon and Walmart, they seem to happen after there was already a price increase. So it makes it look like you're getting a markdown. It makes it look like a reduction. But what NBC News Price Tracker found, that in many cases, they tracked 178 items at Amazon, Walmart, and Best Buy. And at least 24 of those 178 items had price increases in the weeks before the three retailers reported a big sales event kicking off. Whenever you hear that there's going to be a huge price reduction or a Thanksgiving Day, Black Friday sale, it's probably because in the weeks prior, the price was hiked up. So are you really getting a price decrease? Maybe not. Rolling Stone is reporting that a spin-off series of The Office is set to air this September. September 4th will be the premiere. It'll be on NBC. It's The Office reboot. And I'm a huge fan of the TV show, The Office. This one is going to be called The Paper. It's created by The Office creator, Greg Daniels. So you're getting the guy who actually created The Office. It'll debut on NBC streaming service Peacock September 4th. That's a Thursday. It'll involve not Dunder Mifflin, not a paper company this time, but a paper. A fictional newspaper in Toledo, Ohio called The Truth Teller. The publisher is turning to volunteer reporters to attempt to revive the paper. The show is set in kind of the same idea, a mockumentary crew filming yet another dying company in the Midwest. A Toledo, Ohio small-time newspaper struggling to stay afloat. It'll be called The Paper, and it is modeled after The Office, which ran for 9 seasons from 2005 to 2013. They did name some of the actors in it. I don't know that I recognize any of them. And quite frankly, without Steve Carell, even The Office wasn't The Office. I mean, you got to have Steve Carell. But I might be interested in tuning in for that. It's called The Paper, and it's a Office reboot. Let's check in with Ray Hageman and the Wyoming Game and Fish moment.
Ever since a resumption of stocking about 10 years ago, a fishing area in Fremont County is giving catfish anglers a good place to catch their favorite species. I'll have details next on the Wyoming Outdoorsman. I'm Ray Hageman. Recent sampling by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department shows that channel catfish in Kinnear Pond are doing well, offering a solid fishing opportunity for Fremont County anglers this summer. Located just southeast of the community of Kinnear, Kinnear Pond is part of the Ocean Lake Wildlife Habitat Management Area. It's stocked with about 2,400 channel catfish every other year. Sampling conducted in June found that the catfish population there is strong and includes fish over 20 inches and 4 pounds. The average fish length was 13 inches, and recent angler reports suggest that even larger catfish are being caught. Paul Garrity, Lander Region fisheries biologist, says the population has really responded since regular stocking resumed in 2015. He says Kinnear Pond is a small but productive fishery that provides a great opportunity for folks looking to catch channel catfish close to home. Catfish stocking was paused there between 2006 and 2014 due to a lack of available fish from out-of-state culture facilities. That caused the population there to decline. Since resuming the stocking schedule in 2015, though, the lake has rebounded. While there is limited shore access on this WHMA, the best way to fish Kinnear Pond is by boat. Game and Fish maintains a small boat ramp on the west side of the lake or pond that's suitable for small motorized watercraft such as John boats. Larger boats, though, are discouraged as the pond covers just 68 acres, and most areas there less than 10 feet deep. Anglers are reminded that much of the shoreline around Kinnear Pond is privately owned. So respect landowner boundaries, refrain from fishing on private property without permission, and be mindful of nearby residences by limiting noise and avoiding littering. Game and Fish encourages anglers to enjoy this hidden gem and take advantage of the renewed channel catfish fishing opportunity in Fremont County. This has been the Wyoming Outdoorsman, brought to you by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Thanks for listening. I'm Ray Hageman.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. Now, back to the show.
Yeah, back to the show, and thankfully you can still hear the show. Shout out to Jackery and the battery-powered show right now. I had in studio here, we had a planned power outage, about 55 minutes ago, but thankfully nobody has noticed anything different. I've got the whole studio running on Jackery battery power. So, man, it works. I met somebody the other day that had 3 dogs. One of them was named Luna. And I said, that's not a novel name for a dog. It is the top name, most popular name for a dog in Wyoming is Luna. If your dog is named Luna, it's ho-hum. So is everybody else's dog, basically. Luna, number 1 dog name in Wyoming, Colorado, New Mexico, California, Oregon, Nevada, Minnesota, New York. I would have never guessed Luna is that popular. Many states, including Wyoming, have it the number 1 top dog name. Up there in Montana, the number 1 name for a dog is Otter. That's the only state where it's number 1. North Dakota's most popular dog name, Cooper. For whatever reason, a lot of times it's, dogs are named after a town or a city in that state. But yeah, I don't know what Cooper. In Texas, number 1 popular dog name is Bella. Okay. Here's the story I was trying to find about the quantum speeds. And I said it was Japan. I said it was China, but it's Japan. Japan's internet speeds hit a record high of 1.02 petabit per second. You often hear internet speeds measured in MB, megabytes per second, or even maybe kilobytes per second. What about a petabyte? I don't even know what that is, but it sounds like a lot. And it's fast enough. I said 10 seconds. I was wrong on all accounts. It's not China. It's Japan that's come up with these top internet speeds. And so fast, 1 petabit per second. What does that mean? You can download the entire Netflix catalog, all the movies on Netflix, every one of them. You can download them all onto your hard drive to watch them later in 1 second. That's fast. That is petabit fast, whatever petabytes are. Again, we're sharing breaking news that Grand Canyon Lodge on the north rim of the Grand Canyon has been burned, destroyed, burned to the ground. The visitor center, the historic Grand Canyon Lodge on the north rim, all burned. Several structures lost in the Dragon Bravo fire, which has burned over 5,000 acres. That and another fire burning in Arizona. Park officials up there say the north rim of the Grand Canyon is closed now and for the rest of 2025 season. Just a really bad fire up there in Arizona and destructive fire. Claire McFarland still doesn't have a whole lot of information on the Pinedale shooting that happened during Rendezvous, other than to say it was a possible case of self-defense, but authorities still not releasing many details on the Pinedale shooting. Very odd. Well, that's going to do it for us on a Monday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show. We'll see you again tomorrow, same time. Thanks for spending your Monday with us.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.